stand you out. It shows you have a desire and an ability to work.
As an employer of choice, I think what it does tell me about the individual candidate is that they are obviously ambitious, but also savvy enough to actually obtain two qualifications at the same time.
It's a tough market. You do need that something extra. With ACCA, Oxford Brookes, it stands you out. You have the skills and the expertise that a pure degree won't give you. You understand business and how business functions, and that's what's important in today's world.
We get applications from around the world. Seeing an application with Oxford Brookes, it demonstrates that anyone from across the globe can fulfill getting two qualifications. It can add credibility to the application.
It's very much established in the marketplace. And it's an international degree.
It's a fantastic opportunity to obtain two qualifications at the same time.
I'm proud to be ACCA because it will take me places.
Because it's truly diverse.
They are top of their game.
It's trusted by employers worldwide.
It gives me choice.
It's truly a global community.
It brings people together.
Together,
we shape the future.
It's simple. It's as good as you can get.
Hashtag proud to be ACCA.
Hello. When we last spoke a year ago, who could have predicted the incredible journey we were embarking on? Arthur, since the wall was created, over 13,000 new names have been added to it. And as our membership continues to grow, Albert, so does our strength and reputation. Thousands of you have found your names and left messages.
48,656, 48,657, 48,658. 48,000.
Many of you have also found the names of family members, friends, and colleagues.
Arthur, this wall has travelled near and far and been seen by thousands of members at live events all over the world.
Well, look at that. The Wright brothers finally made it work. Thousands of you have also found the connections you share with other fellow members.
Arthur, apparently there is a version of this wall which members can see on the telephone. The telephone! Over 100,000 of them have seen it.
It would appear then that the telephone as we know it has changed somewhat. Our celebrations have also highlighted how overwhelmingly proud you all are, and rightly so. Through ethical behavior and ongoing professional development, you are continuously building public trust in our profession. I can see you, Percy.
Good day, Arthur.
And to you, Mr. Lewis.
I am so glad I have bumped into you both. I have news. Wonderful news. Incredible news. Almost half of the names on this wall belong to women. 97,009 to be precise. My prediction was right.
As you thought, Mr. Lewis?
Never doubt nor fear, Arthur. As I have always believed, give anyone the right opportunity, and with merit and courage they will succeed. And look at the gloriously rich and diverse membership we have because of it.
I have been truly overwhelmed by the response to the celebrations we began just 1 year ago. Your support and messages have been both inspiring and uplifting, and we are delighted by the positivity shown in celebrating this historic milestone. No one can really predict what the future holds, but I am confident that our body will continue to thrive and grow. ACCA truly is the world's most forward-thinking professional accountancy body, and as such, we will continue to build the accountancy profession the world needs. I would like to leave you with the sentiment most expressed by you, and which sums up what ACCA means to us all. May the overwhelming pride you share in your membership of this amazing global family stay with you now and long into the future. Ladies, gentlemen, my fellow members, I give you a toast.
The ACCA family.
We don't want to here.
Victoria's
Gentlemen, as the most enlightened, forward-thinking professional accountants of our generation, I want us to form a professional association that will be open to everyone.
You mean everyone?
Yes, everyone with ability, ambition, determination, and courage. Everyone, regardless of background.
Interesting. So how do we determine who becomes a member?
Examinations of the highest caliber, preparing our members for the demands they will face now and in the future.
Wisdom comes from experience, Arthur. If we want the best members, they'll need some years of that too.
Yes, examinations and experience. Our members will know what is right and fair.
It'll be hard work.
It'll take several years to become a member, but think of the caliber of all those that succeed. They will be outstanding. They will be a force for good.
You know that your everyone will have to include women.
But women aren't allowed to vote, Arthur.
Exactly why our association will be the first to welcome women members.
You'll need the examinations and the experience.
You think women incapable of these things, sir?
I believe you are more than capable, madam.
Women are capable of anything. Women will vote. Women will be pilots and prime ministers. We will lead countries, businesses, and organizations around the globe, including this association, where there will be as many women as men, probably more. Checkmate, Albert.
Goodness.
I take it that you will not be limiting your membership to our shores.
Think what advantages our diverse membership will bring. Wisdom drawn from multiple cultures, experience gained by employment in many varied industries, but all unified by a single recognizable qualification.
Global membership will mean global standards.
The same examinations for all. So how do we deliver them?
The railway network is expanding fast. Unless you dig a tunnel to France, we'll also need ships.
Once the Wright brothers manage to stay up in the air, we can fly them.
We already send things through wires. Or there's the wireless.
That's how we'll deliver them. By thinking ahead and embracing technology, we can overcome all barriers.
Everything changes. There will be things in the future that we can't imagine.
Like more women in the profession than men?
Even the humble typewriter will evolve.
Our qualification will evolve too. It will always be relevant, so our members stay ahead throughout their careers.
Ladies, gentlemen, my fellow members, some of you might say that numbers make the world go round. I don't know about that, but I believe there is strength in numbers. Our first 100 years saw us grow to 100,000 members. Just 13 years later, in October 2017, we became a global family with 200,000. 200,000 equally qualified professionals, equally equipped, equal in knowledge, equal in wisdom, able to act in the public interest by upholding the very highest ethical and professional standards. To mark this historic milestone, a vast wall containing all 200,000 names has been constructed, and I invite you to celebrate with us by finding your names amongst those of your fellow members. Every single one of you has played your part in this great story, and I am so proud to stand with you now and to have played my part too. I wish you good health and great success on your continued journey.
Technology has the promise to bring big benefits for companies, including audit firms, but it also brings risks. It brings risks to audit firms not only through the new technologies that they're using to improve their audit process, but also they need to think about the risks that their companies that they're auditing bring through new technologies in addition. We think it's going to be very important for firms to manage those risks carefully to make sure that the audit work they do is sufficient.
The fourth industrial revolution is really accelerating the pace of change, as you can imagine. And the impact for the finance and audit function is going to be amazing. So today we are going to talk about, first of all, how do we need to understand the transformation of the business model of the environments that we are looking at. Second is linked with this transformation, we need to figure out what kind of risks are emerging. And also we need to see the other side of the coin, which is to consider how the audit can benefit from these new tools as well.
Artificial intelligence is not future, it's not far away, it's happening now, and we should really try to deal with that and cope. Don't be afraid of AI. It can help us a lot in our work, how to progress better, how to develop better our capacities, and also to be more efficient, efficacy, more competitive. So I know that we all feel fear from AI, but it is very important to somehow think all the time on the one goal, and the goal is that we should develop AI in a way that it support and improve human lives and professional capacities.
Well, my main message is that the audit opinion has behavioral aspects related to it because it involves human judgment. Now, whenever there is judgment, there might be, cognitive limitations. Now, in the setting of big data and analytics, this is an important thing because we don't really know what these cognitive limitations will be when auditors are confronted with big data. How can we solve this? Well, we can do research on this, and this is what my message is. Let's do research on this and develop appropriate tools such that audit quality can be improved.
In a world that is rapidly changing and empowered growingly by artificial intelligence, there are three things that the profession has to focus on. One is design, diagnose, and decide. Well, design, because I think artificial intelligence is only doing what we humans ask it to do. Diagnose, well, we've all been there. Companies are managed by people, and very often it takes people to understand people to know what the real problem to solve is. And decide, well, artificial intelligence is very good at automating decision making when it is rule-based, but at the end of the day, you need humans to make the ethical judgment, to take a forward look at what are the consequences of decisions and take into account the public interest. And that's what the profession is best placed to do.
So I was talking about some of the developments in standard setting for the IAASB, and really just recognizing that technology is an really important topic for them, and also that they can see the benefits that the various technological tools and capabilities can bring to audit quality. And then just reflecting from a personal perspective on what we see day in, day out in the practice, and the opportunities that will definitely bring to us.
Naturally, audit quality came up quite a lot today in terms of how artificial intelligence and emerging technologies can really improve the level of quality in the audit service that's being provided to organisations. But what we're really trying to draw out is that doesn't necessarily mean that a poorer answer for an organisation, and actually goes very hand in hand with delivering more value to clients. And really seeing that shift as we see a lot of talk about the move from compliance to advisory for accounting firms, that actually these technologies can really drive a change in the value delivered to a client, and therefore the change in what they're looking for from their accounting firm. So driving that real shift to a more continuous service offering and a way that accounting firms can deliver a more advisory-like way of delivering compliance services.
I think when we talk about the investment, we talk about entrepreneurship, or we talk about future, there's a fundamental sentiment which should exist and prevail, and that's hope. And if you go back and you look at your own heart, apne dilon mein jhaan ke dekhein, where is that hope? Climate change nahi hota. In external environment wo hope nahi leke aati. Hope and positivity is a matter of decision, and that decision drives the attitude. And that's what the starting point when we talk about the entrepreneurship, we talk about investment, we talk about future. It's a matter of decision we can take right now that we will see the glass half full. And if we don't find one, we will go out and we will figure it out how we can see that glass half full. And that's the fundamental difference in the attitude And that's where we are struggling right now. We are not struggling with the government policy. You have got very good laws, by the way. Laws are there. It's again comes back to those attitudes which we are unable to demonstrate as a nation. And that's very well said. What is our character? Today, if you talk about China, talk about Japan, you can exactly identify hardworking. You talk about Japan, you will talk about honesty. Jitna unhe paisa zameen pe ya purse gume hue milte hain, they go and they submit that in a police station. They have built a character. Rwanda, a great success story of turnaround, jahan pe aisa massacre tha, jahan pe har family ne, har hamsaye ne dusri family mein kisi na kisi ka qatl kiya hua tha. Character building, nation building, and things changed. It's one of the most progressing nation right now there. Now bring it back to ourselves. Entrepreneurship is fundamental. And Sultana, I'll disagree. Our kids do not have issue with the jobs. Previously, if we go 20, 30 years back, we were looking for jobs in Pakistan, or people have to travel and do jobs outside. That was a limitation. Today, it's not. Upwork.com, and there are so many portals available where the jobs are available. But the nature of job has changed. That jobs even require the entrepreneurship mindset, because you pick up a project, you have to deliver it. And you have to follow through that, whatever it takes. Salaries dene ke liye gaadiyan bechni padti hain. Everybody has gone through that process who is on that journey. Kya hum ye sacrifice karne ke liye tayar hain कि दूसरे को पैसा देने के लिए मैं अपनी गाड़ी बेचूं? That's a fundamental to that entrepreneurship. You have to care about your team. You have to care about your customer. You can't just come up and assume the things will go in the right way. It's a tough road, but very rewarding. Fundamentally, if we have to ask a one policy change from the government side to really promote the entrepreneurship and really bring that support, government spends somewhere like 4.5 trillion rupees every year. A one simple change, every project, every bid will have 10% from the SME and the startup, and that will drive people in a different type of incentive and in different type of hope. A one small change. Why government want to run a risk-free procurement? They have to bring people who have an ability and a vision to deliver. A one simple change can drive a different type of behavior within Pakistan. Another thing which I just would like to touch here is recently ACCA has launched a report around the SME. And the general concept or perception when we started with that report that it's a lack of management, lack of talent, lack of access to capital. That's what's not letting the SME grow beyond their current status or beyond Pakistan. But the fundamental thing which came out is the vision. They never had a vision to grow to the level where they can become a part of the global GDP. Right now, we just touched upon the CPAC, connecting 4.5 billion people in a 10 years time. How many businessmen sitting here preparing that type of volume which can serve one product to 4.5 billion people in 10 years time? That's the vision which we need. So if we are talking about entrepreneurship, if we are talking about investment, if we are talking about future, there's a fundamental decision which we have to take today. Positivity, start seeing the glass half full. Looking for the vision, expanding it, and stay optimistic. And we have got a talent here in Pakistan that still need polishing, definitely, but we have got that support there. It would be the entrepreneurship, it would be the government policies which will drive it to put in a use and drive prosperity for Pakistan, for our social and economic development there. Thank you very much. I think when we talk about the investment, we talk about entrepreneurship, or we talk about future, there's a fundamental sentiment which should exist.
So ladies and gentlemen, if I could request everybody to please settle down, we'll be starting the event in 3 minutes.
Technology in accounting. Analytics. Analytics is about seeing the bigger picture. ACCA member Hassan Chowdhury says people get so used to their daily jobs that they miss the bigger picture strategically. When you invest in analytics, a person can sit back, look at the data independently, and make sense out of it. What is data analytics? Data analytics is the process of examining data sets in order to draw conclusions about the information they contain. The tools used present the data in more visual formats, aiding analysis and interpretation, enabling you to focus your progress against your strategic goals. Why does it matter? Why should an organization embrace analytics? Organizations have large volumes of financial and non-financial data. The opportunity available through analytics is to be able to make sense of it. Analytics can help you improve your customer centricity, bringing greater insights into customer behavior. Analytics can uncover the unexpected. Looking into patterns and trends develops additional relationships. And improve predictions. All finance teams are required to be increasingly forward-looking. Analytics supports decision-making, delivering faster reactions to business issues. So what are the challenges that you may face? Having the right mix of talent, security and privacy, system and data integration, data quality and regulation are all concerns. But the most challenging area in analytics is
Could I
data
request
mining.
people who are sitting
Making
at the
sure
back, if you can occupy the space in the front, if you could just come up and occupy the tables in the front so that we can leave the space for anybody who's joining us later at the back. Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Jawad Salim, and I'm currently heading Financial Affairs of Miles Al Futtaim Retail in Pakistan. Miles Al Futtaim is known with the name of Hyperstar brand in Pakistan, and we are currently operating with 6 hypermarkets with a pool size of 700 employees within Pakistan.
Thank you. So
Miles
just
Al
a
Futtaim-
final shout out to people who are outside. If the ACCA team can kindly escort them inside, we'll be starting the conversation in 30 seconds. All right, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, everybody. When I usually say Assalamu alaikum, I expect a response back. So I'm going to do this once more. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the ACCA Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2019. My name is Nurul Zafar, and I am the CEO of a small little company that I run. And I'm extremely delighted to be here once again hosting the ACCA Pakistan Leadership Conversation. We're organizing this conversation in collaboration with the British High Commission Islamabad, so we are immensely thankful to them for being a co-organizer to the Pakistan Leadership Conversation. Before we start off the official proceedings, I appreciate if you could all tell me that you're awake and you can give me a round of applause. It would really help me. Thank you. It would really help me make my nerves go down and I can be more lively and more engaging throughout the proceedings of the session. The ACCA Pakistan Leadership Conversations, there are a series of conversations, and we're kicking off with Karachi this time around. We'll be heading off to Lahore and Islamabad, and this has been a yearly event for us. We are also live on the webinar, so my ACCA team is also coordinating a live webinar for all the attendees, or for all of our fraternity members who are joining us. So a big warm welcome to all the online webinar attendees who are also joining us. All the updates that are going to come out of today's conversation are also being collated on the hashtag PLC 2019, and we'll be going live on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. So if you have any key insights or you have experiences to share or comments or suggestions, or you want to share some snippets of today's event, these are the hashtags that we'll be using. I'm repeating it once more. It's hashtag PLC 2019. So let me tell you a little bit about how the conversations began. So we began 3 years ago with setting up a platform in which we could bring together thinkers, decision makers, and strategic business leaders to come on one platform and think about how is the forward-looking Pakistan going to look like. So we started off discussing about what opportunities exist. We started out discussing that, what is the vision of the country and where we see the future of Pakistan. And today we are going to understand that what is the capacity and the character that takes for an individual and a leader to shape the future of the country. We're all very optimistic about the country's future, and this is the theme for the Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2019. It's all based around your ethics and moral values. They'll help you become the strategic business leaders that you want to be. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, if we could all please rise up for the national anthem. Thank you, everybody. And with that note, since we are talking about the country and we're talking about the growth of Pakistan and the hope and optimism in which we see as a vision, let me please welcome, for the welcome address, Sajid Aslam, the head of ACCA Pakistan, for his opening remarks. Yes, we can still carry on with the applaud. Thank you.
We are using this one, right? Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I think one area which I would like to highlight around the ACCA, which started 115 years back, and there was a fundamental agreement that what tone of voice we will be carrying. And we are carrying that tone of voice today, even over the last 115 years. So just to go on that one, ACCA since beginning decided to go bold, go authentic, and go very inclusive. The bold means that we can commit something which people can't see today, and then we can pursue that. Inclusive is all around that it's not for a certain segment, it's not for a certain country, it's not for a certain race, it's for everybody. So society, economy, community has to be included. And the authenticity is all coming through that research. We are not making our opinion or building our opinions. We are doing research and we are making our opinion and making our commitment based on the feedback and the evidences which we collected there. ACCA story started in 1904. And why I want to relate this story, there were only 8 people who were bold enough to commit something which world has never even thought at that stage. We are talking about 1904, when the women did not have a right to vote in Europe. And they decided they want to come up, 8 people, keep that in mind, 8 people, they decided they want to bring a revolution in the profession and they want to start a different movement which can be more, which can provide opportunity to everybody who has a right capacity and a character to follow through that qualification. And the overall objective was to deliver a public value, uphold public trust for the society and economies where they are operating. Back in 2017, our very new members, they came up with a very bold vision for Pakistan. And here I would like you to see the picture which they painted and ask us as an ACCA organization to really help them and the society and the Pakistan as a country to follow through and deliver something which was very bold, and it's still very bold, but they are committed and they believe we can do it. We have done in past as ACCA from 8 people to 750,000 people today who are actively pursuing professional accounting as a career. Their life changed, their life of their families have changed. So why can't we bring that change today in Pakistan? We have done that before as well in 1947 when nobody believed that there could be a country called Pakistan. We have seen an industrial revolution and economic growth in Pakistan in 60s and 70s when we were the role model. So we have done it before. It's just the capacity and the character we will be talking about today and how we're going to take it forward. That would be the key question. So here I would like to share with you the picture which our members have seen for Pakistan. Videos.
But has created God. There is no power on earth that can undo Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान एक ख्वाब, अनमिट जज्बों और लाजवाल उमंगों से जिसकी ताबीर मुमकिन हुई। पाकिस्तान एक गुलिस्तान उम्मीद का, लाखों में जिसकी अपने लहू से आबियाई की। ताबीर चमन से तामीर वतन का आगाज हुआ, इसकी बुनियादों में शामिल हमारी अनथक मेहनत और लगन, जिससे तरक्की का सफर हुआ तेज से तेज तर। हमारी क़ुव्वत इरादी बनी हमारी पहचान, और दुनिया में ऊंचा हुआ पाकिस्तान का नाम। कारवां जारी है जानिबे मंजिल, कठिन सफर है थमे नहीं है कदम। नया सूरज यहीं से उभरेगा, खुशहाली का चश्मा यहीं से फूटेगा। इल्म हुनर से हर सू चरागां हो रहा है, तामीरे वतन का जज्बा फरावां हो रहा है। हमारी महारतों की है दुनिया मोतरिफ, हम अब तस्खीर कर रहे हैं नए उफक। ये देश बनेगा रहबरे तरक्की और कमाल, रहती दुनिया देगी जिसकी मिसाल।
बस नाम रहेगा अल्लाह का।
So this is the future which ACCA member came up with, and they insisted that we should collectively deliver it. To deliver that, we have to go through a process. In 2017, like Noor mentioned earlier, we started this process by identifying those opportunities which we can prioritize. The second process, we came up with a collective vision in 2018 and how we are going to measure the progress. So these are the two things based on the different deliberations we have came up with. And one thing which stood out even today, that's whatever the vision, whatever the opportunity exists out there, end of the day, it takes capacity and the character to deliver it. And that's what the theme which we are going to run this year. And based on the deliberations and the conversation we will be having, we will create those actionable agenda. And again, for the next 12 months, we will be following that through and make sure that in 2020, we come back and report to you where we stand. So just going back to the 2018, where we came up and where we stand today. So Rashid, if you can have our slide. So we started with a very bold statement, a bold commitment. We were talking about that Pakistan should grow at 7% average on a GDP growth rate. Our overall, the ease of doing business, which was standing at 147, our members came up, it should be under 50. Our members came up, the Global Competitiveness Index, which was standing at 115 there, they came up that it should be under 50. A very, very bold commitment at that stage. And let's see how we are progressing towards that. So if you see GDP, we are not there. Definitely, we are going to miss that this year. But we will come back. What does it mean? But if you see the other two indicators, we have made some progress. And I'm not saying ACCA has made some progress. It's our Pakistan has made some progress. So there was a collective vision, and I'm sure there is a collective effort from a different quarters, and we are making those progress. Even for GDP, while we are going to miss that out, so there could be 10 different reasons, we are not giving up our dream. We are still going ahead with 7% commitment. It might take more effort. It might take more energy. It might take more character. It might take more capacity. We are not going to give up on 7% GDP growth. There could be a difficult path, but it's worth going through that. The size of opportunity right now Pakistan present, the hardship is worth going through that. It's gonna take some time, but we are not going to give up. And why? We have seen in 1904, 8 people making a revolution. We have seen in 1947, the Pakistan was born. We have seen in 60s and 70s how Pakistan was growing. And the one thing was common. And one common denominator was the capacity and character of those people who were driving those initiatives. And that's what we would like to see in this room and in your organization where you are working, how you touch the souls and change and develop them in terms of those capacity and character which Pakistan needs today. Very warm welcome to Pakistan Leadership Conversation. Please participate, share your views, help us to build those agendas, help us to run those agendas, help us to deliver those agendas. But above all, please start seeing the dream which ACCA members and ACCA and the community have seen together. And that was a collective vision. And we want to follow that collective vision. And we are very confident. We are very optimistic that it will be delivered. It could be a tough path. It will be delivered and it must be delivered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sajid. When I was seeing this video, I don't know how many of you could relate, but I had these goosebumps, coming when you're talking about the country and you're talking about optimism. And you get these goosebumps because we as a young nation, as a country that is 2/3 of it is under the age of 25, we are really the future of this country. And when Sajid started talking about how the vision was set in 1904, there were also these values of innovation, diversity, opportunity, and accountability. And they have still held true to this date. We're still offering these opportunities. There is a lot of innovation that is taking place. And when we put that together for Pakistan, this is the future that we're all looking at. So on that note, let me call up on the stage our next speaker who's going to tell you more about how he is helping shape emerging Pakistan and where is the hope and where is the optimism. Ladies and gentlemen, Sajjad Mustafa Sayed, the Chief Executive Officer of Excellence Delivered.
I apologize in advance. I've been advised complete voice rest, and hence I'm here. First of all, thank you very much, ACCA, for organizing such a wonderful event. When they wanted me to talk about optimism and all, I said, why me? And they said, you have a story to tell. So instead of taking you through a long, boring journey about lectures and all, I'll tell you a little story of how we started and where we are. And why we still believe, and I personally still believe, that Pakistan is the place to be. We are the hottest commodity in the world right now. So, जब मैंने EXT शुरू की, I was almost 40. I had children going to school, very expensive ones, and I had 2,000. The total equity that I had was $2,000, about 2 lakh rupees us waqt. And the business I went into, I was competing with the biggest companies, multi-billion-dollar companies like IBM and Siemens and all. And I was a one-man show. That's where we started from. And we were in an economy. We are an ERP business. We do SAP and Oracle implementations and technology services. And had a little team. And we decided gaps that we saw in the market was, yes, there are bigger and larger players, but what is missing is the element of customer centricity. What is missing is the element of superior customer service. And that we thought was our differentiator. So we found our differentiator, we went into the market, and slowly and surely we built ourselves to the point that today we are one of the largest players in the country. We are bigger than most of our other competitors in Pakistan combined. And we started 8 years ago from a drawing room. Now that's the story. And throughout there was times when people were telling me, well, just move to America, move to Canada, do all sorts of things. Because this is a country where there was a bomb blast in Karachi every day during that time. There was a bomb blast 10 years ago. There was a bomb blast in Lahore almost once a week. What we believed in was to focus on our differentiator was not really our technology. Our differentiator were the 4 core values that we set out to have. Our first core value was unflinching integrity. हमने commit किया अपने साथ कि हमने रिश्वत नहीं देनी. We lost a lot of business because of that. हमने commit किया कि हम कोई unethical हरकत नहीं करेंगे. In order to acquire business or to deliver business. And if there is an opportunity, we would take it on ourselves. We would take the losses ourselves. We'll take the hits, but we will not compromise on ethics no matter what. And that turned out to be our differentiator. Now, when the entire sort of national narrative about NAB and everything else has changed, if we don't bid, people force us to bid because it adds to, even if they don't want to do business with us, because it adds to their legitimacy. So over the years, we built this credibility for ourselves. I remember the first time we tried to import some hardware, somebody said, give 9,000 rupees in speed money or over 100,000 rupees in demurrage. I said, go ahead, let's pay the 100,000. We're not going to give the 9,000. And my admin manager was running here and there trying to get it out. We did not. We took that hit. We were a very small company then. We took the hits, but we did not take that loss. And over the years, now the credibility has developed that they said even at the customs office that, look, these guys are crazy. They're not going to pay. So that door is closed. We voluntarily get ourselves audited by the tax department every year. हम सिफारिशें कराते हैं कि वो आए आके हमें ऑडिट करें और हमें साइन ऑफ करके दें because we do not want to cross that. So integrity became the key and cornerstone of our business. In our company, you don't get fired for making a mistake. You don't. You get fired if अगर आप झूठ बोलो. If you hide that mistake, that's a problem. So that was something that we built ourselves on. The other one was passion. I'm a very firm believer that we should do what we believe in, what we like, and what we enjoy doing. You only live once. If you don't enjoy your life, go and do something else. And from there, we were able to attract talent. We were able to see that if there's because a lot of people are into jobs not because they have passion for it or they like it, but because of a lot of social, cultural obligations or constraints. So we turned around and we said, look, do what you feel like doing, do what you enjoy. So our head of HR started off as a consultant. We have a lot of ACCAs running our e-commerce business. We have a lot of ACCAs running our HR and our sales. Our head of sales are accountants, but they went into accounting. And they became phenomenal because they knew they were trained in cross-functional things. So we've tried to find out, developing that team. Passion, our second core value, was instrumental in it. Our third core value I mentioned earlier was customer centricity. And the fourth being superior profitability, not just for us, but in every engagement that we go, not for our customers, for our clients, and for our vendors. A lot of, some of our vendors over here are also over here. They'll be surprised that we don't negotiate too much. We want to be profitable for our vendors as well, because then we make sure that we derive business. Now we are getting into an initiative called Hunar Kar, in which what we've done is in the entire country, we've signed up about 1,200 vendors, 1,200 artisans, and we are doing global e-commerce for them at a global level. We hooked up with Amazon and all sorts. And these are people from Sakhar, from Mitti, from very, very poor parts of this country. The initiative is going to be launched in the next few weeks. However, 90% of the value we are giving to them. Why? So whatever product that they have right now, if they produce something for 3,000 to 4,000 rupees, it's sold in Karachi at 8,000 to 10,000 rupees, and they get about 2,000 to 3,000 out of it. What we are trying to do is we'll sell it at 8,000 rupees, but give them 6,000, 7,000 rupees out of it. So it's 3x what they are getting. But the flip side of the coin is the quality of our product has to be the best. With this, I believe that as companies, as organizations, this is the time to be. We are right now, the constraints that bound Pakistan economy for the last 10 years are slowly being removed. Our companies, our people need to focus on their core values, first and foremost being integrity, and think globally. We, being one of the larger players over here, have global ambitions. We have set up offices in Qatar, Kuwait, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai, and now in North America as well. We bought a company in Australia as well. And it is very sad to see that at global level, not a single Pakistani brand exists. We have to now start thinking big, and we have to start delivering big. With this, I thank everybody at ACCA, and I wish that you guys have a wonderful conference, and thank you very much for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sajjad Sahab. That really is an eye-opener for all the youngsters to contribute towards sustainable development, which Pakistan is also, again, very passionate about. So thank you so much for sharing the insights with us. And on that note, I would like to invite the ACCA president, Mr. Robert Stenhouse, to please come up on the stage, and Sajid Aslam, if you could also come up on the stage. And we'd like to give a memento to Sajjad Mustafa Said Saab, the CEO of Excellence Delivered. Thank you. Can you have the Thank you. We can applaud. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your insights. We can still applaud. I assure you that the energy should carry on in the room, as we are saying, and because we're also competing with Lahore and Islamabad. So, please make sure that our energy level stays up and that we're inviting our speakers very wholeheartedly. We're setting the theme about capacity and character. And one slide that I would like to flash up on the stage is that what has been the agenda for the Pakistan leadership conversation. So if I can request my teams to show up the actionable agendas from the previous two PLCs, it's very important for us to know that what have been the different themes. So we set up governance as a theme, and it's still in progress, so we're still working towards that, and you can see the key takeaways on that. The CPEC and BRI initiative, we've done a number of professional insights report on that, and you'll be hearing about them through the event proceedings. We're focused extensively on shared services and outsourcing, and that is an agenda that has been achieved, so that you can see is green. And then there's a succession of family-owned businesses. We're focusing on that as a capacity building and an innovative area in which ACCA Pakistan is working towards. So these are how we want to, focus on and quantify and tell you that the quality of work that ACCA Pakistan is doing is we're actually also accountable for that. So we need your inputs, we need your insights into how we can deliver it together, and that is why the entire team and the management of ACCA is here to hear from you as a fraternity and see how we can contribute to the greater agenda. Now, we're speaking about capacity and character, and it gives me pleasure to invite our very own Mr. Robert Stenhouse, the ACCA President Director with the National Accounting and Audit, Deloitte UK. So Robert has traveled all the way from UK, and he'll be going across the 3 cities for us. Robert, thank you so much for coming over. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending ACCA's Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2019. I said my name is Robert Stenhouse, and I'm the president of ACCA. And it's a huge privilege and pleasure to be with you today, sharing some thoughts on the concept of strategic business leadership. Now, as you can see, I brought up my script in front of me, but having already discussed a few things with the esteemed guests in the room, I may go off script a little bit because I can, again, my thoughts have already been colored by some of the discussions that I've already had today. But it's hugely important that we remain alert and sensitive to the challenges and opportunities of today's rapidly changing business environment. But more importantly, we maintain and develop our own core values of ethics and professionalism, because it's in times of change and challenge that those become really important. I was talking with the ACCA team last night, and everybody has their biographies that are sent before them when they go, and mine has obviously hasn't been updated in a little while because it has 25 years of being a professional accountant, but actually that's a little bit understated as an auditor, I have to admit that. So with more than 30 years as a professional accountant, I can say that I've seen a huge amount of change within the profession over that period. But if I was being honest with you, I would say perhaps the profession hasn't moved as quickly as the world around it. And I think that as you focus on some of the important and the bold strategies that you have, it's recognizing how do you accommodate that level of change within your strategies. So as we talk about that, I'd like to highlight two pieces of research that the ACCA has carried out, not because they are earth-shattering or because they are proving some level of intellectual capacity, but because actually I hope it will provide a framework for today's discussions. Okay, and I think it's really important that when we talk about these sorts of things, there is framework to developing strategy that in the end is achievable. So the first thing that I'd like to refer to is the drivers for change, which was a piece of research that we carried out a while back and identified 4 key drivers for change. The first being increased regulation. Now, we see that in everybody's day-to-day life, but I think the ability of the profession to accommodate increased and changes in regulation ensure that the businesses that we help are trying to help prosper can cope in the environment, and also the recognition that global standards enable us. You heard, I heard anyway, when I was listening to the speakers, around the need to attract inward investment, but also to give greater perspective to, I said, brands in the larger global community. Is the accommodation of global standards is really important, okay, because it means you're talking the global economic language. The second one, again, these are not earth-shattering, is the recognition of the impact of digital technologies, which will transform the role of the traditional accountant. We're already seeing automating accounting systems with intelligent algorithms replacing manual work, and we're seeing cloud computing changing the operations of the finance function. But what's apparent is the ability of technology to enable emerging economies to leapfrog more established economies in a way that's never been possible before, because of established economies having potentially outdated infrastructure that's supporting their business transactions. So the opportunities for competitors are huge. The concept of globalization is really important. In times when probably in political environments we're seeing jurisdictionally focused pressures, the ability to trade appropriately and globally becomes even more important. And as new communication methods enable knowledge to be shared more widely, artificial boundaries of countries almost become irrelevant unless they're self-imposed. The final thing that the final driver for change is that as we see those other drivers, there's another key driver in which we have a very important role to play, and that's the increasing public interest expectation that business and societies hold of finance professionals. As the nature of business changes and we've become more of a global community, finance professionals will be increasingly faced and asked and challenged around how wealth is created and whether it's being created sustainably. And I think it's very important that we have our say within that discussion. So that's the first piece of insight work that I'd like to add and keep in mind, like you to keep in mind when you're talking about the challenges you face in achieving your bold strategy. The second one is that some of the research around what we believe the skills and competencies that are required for the accountant of the future. And that's the name of the research. It identified 7 characteristics which are important not only to develop for the accounting or finance professional of the future, but also maintain in those of us already within the profession. It's not surprising that the first of those is a technical and ethical competence which underlies everything. That's the skills and abilities to perform activities consistently to a defined standard. The second is the ability to acquire and use knowledge, thinking, reasoning and solving problems, and taking on complexity, not looking for simple answers, and embracing bigger responses to difficult questions, and also working out how to implement them. And I think that, as I say, remaining relevant is a key focus for everybody, not only in this room, but across the world as the world changes so significantly. One of the other areas is emotional intelligence, the ability to identify your own emotions and those of others, harness them and apply them to tasks, and regulate and manage them so that we can everybody achieves an appropriate outcome most effectively. And this becomes really important when you're talking about trading cross cultures, and also in an environment where technology defines some of our communication. Creativity, the ability to use existing knowledge in new situations to make connections and explore potential outcomes and generate new ideas. Once you have that ability, the vision, the ability to predict future trends accurately by extrapolating existing trends and facts, and fulfilling the gaps and thinking innovatively. And I think one of the areas where the profession is challenged is actually a combination of the last two, in where maybe we haven't learned some of the lessons of the past, and we haven't looked forward to see how those may reoccur as new business models are progressed. Digital was also included as part of the 7, and that's about the awareness and appetite to engage in new technology. And finally, and I think this is really important around, we've been talking in the group before, particularly about this, is around experience, the importance of experience, and using your experience to understand your stakeholders' expectations and meet desired outcomes and create value. So I do recommend that work, and we've called it the professional quotients, accountants for the future. So based on that research and others, we've made some major changes to the ACCA qualification to integrate these skill sets such as strategic thinking, ethical integrity, broader business understanding through a range of real-life case studies and scenarios. One of the important changes we made was the introduction of the strategic professional, the final level of the ACCA qualification, which include case study approach to being a strategic business leader. The strategic business leader module retains the technical content that we've always had at the heart of the qualification, and while also introducing an innovative case study exam using real-life world scenarios. When we talk about strategic business leader, I think it's really important that leadership isn't confined to people with the highest positions and highest ranks. We expect leadership from all our members of students in their own capacity. And our students now have to use a blend of technical, professional, and ethical skills in the evaluation and presentation of their exam responses, which gives them the skills they need to confidently speak in the language of business to a wide variety of stakeholders. We train our students to look to the future, identifying and analyzing emerging trends, and evaluating their impact on the organizations in which they are part. And that, to me, is the essence about being a business leader. It's not only understanding the technical aspects of it, but someone who can see beyond the finance function to the organization as a whole. And it's also its impact on society and the economy. The accountancy profession is vital for economies to grow and prosper. And in training professional, ethical, strategic business leaders, ACCA believes it's contributing to the success of business and economies around the world. Pakistan has an enormous potential for rapid growth with its youthful population. And I know that I'm amongst many of the strategic business leaders that your country needs. We're seeing a period of rapid economic change and immense opportunity. And at ACCA, as long-term supporters of global connectivity and international trade, we truly believe this is a really exciting time to be part of the profession. Everybody will face challenges and opportunities, both domestically and internationally, and I hope your ties to ACCA will help you tackle these professionally, ethically, and innovatively. Thinking ahead and anticipating change and engaging innovation, the finance professionals at the helm of Pakistan's business community can help to strengthen the local economy, improve the country's global competitiveness in line with the KPIs that we saw on the screen, which will help everyone enjoy a more prosperous future. So I'm really glad to see you all discussing such important topics throughout today's leadership conversation, and I'm really looking forward to hearing and, more importantly, learning more. So I thank you all for your time, attention, and participation in this fantastic event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. I think that clearly explains you as to what the different changes ACCA has done to the qualification to include the curriculum around developing strategic business leaders. Thank you so much for that, Robert. We're now moving on to how are we rethinking the role of business leaders of the future, and our chief guest, Mr. Ali Haider Zaidi, the Federal Minister for Maritime Affairs, had to rush to Islamabad due to the Crown Prince's visit, so he sent in his best wishes for the conversation. But we also have a message that has been recorded by Mr. Haroon Sharif, the Chairman, Board of Investment. Let's hear his thoughts around the role of business leaders of the future.
Pakistan has very clearly embarked on a journey where we are expecting Pakistan to be hub of economic activity not only for the region but also very specifically, for creating jobs and transfer of technology, as well as getting into joint ventures from, global leaders within Pakistan. So what I see Pakistan in 2025 is a country which is very clearly catching up with the East Asian standards, because as a matter of fact, we'll be in the middle of two largest economies in the world, which is China and India. Now, our key challenge is that now there is a substantial interest which has, arisen in Pakistan, not only from China, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Malaysia, Qatar, Korea. All are looking to have a base in Pakistan. So that is the strategy which BOI is taking forward. And we are trying to basically be the entry point for any investor so that we can facilitate them and they should get confidence that this country is actually not ready for business. Delighted to hear that ACCA has taken a leadership role in Pakistan Leadership Conference, which is coming in 2019. And these are the initiatives, actually it is linked to what I was saying before. Thank you very much.
That note, let us officially start off the proceedings with our first panel discussion for the day. And the theme that we have set for that is Belt and Road Initiative, CPENC and beyond. How are we connecting the 4.4 billion people and what does it mean for Pakistan? Just a little bit about what the thematics and how we'll be going ahead. In all of your packs that are on your table, you see a one-page summary which looks right about like this. All the researches that the ACCA Pakistan Leadership Conversation events would be talking about are on this one pager. So if you're interested in reading through the full report, there's a barcode that you could scan and it will take you directly to the report that we are discussing. Also, before I call up our speaker on board, I'll just reiterate that we will be, during the panel discussion, we will be using this website portfolio. It's called SlideDo, SLI.do. So if you can show you a snapshot of how it looks like. This is the website that we'll be using to engage you guys and take your polls throughout the panel discussion. So we have Wi-Fi available, so just feel free to connect your phones and go onto this link and use the hashtag PLC1. That is going to take you to the different polls that we'll be taking on the panel discussion, and this is how you'll be making your contribution to this very important agenda. Rest assured that this is a very GDPR compliant portal, and ACCA is very high on data protection. So any details that there are no details essentially that are required as a sign-in. So with that, I would move on to inviting our keynote speaker. And once again, I've heard him speak many, many times, and he's very passionate about this particular agenda. He and his team has been working very hard, and I have seen the progress and the growth through the many years now. Mr. Hassan Daud Bhatt, the Project Director, CPEC Coordinator, Ministry of Planning and Development and Reform. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hassan Daud Bhatt on the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished participants, Sajid, head of ACCA, Mr. Robert Stenhouse. It's my absolute pleasure to be here and to speak on BRI and CPEC. I would personally like to thank ACCA for supporting government's cause of disseminating information about BRI, about CPEC, what are the plans of the government in next, say, till 2030. And their report on BRI, which was published last year, was an excellent literature and we, on part of the government, distributed that right across Pakistan. Wherever I used to go, I used to tell people, and especially think tank, that this is how you should produce your research. And I thank Sajid for that. Ladies and gentlemen, times are changing and the world is transforming, and Asia remains at the epicenter of this 21st century transformation. And I believe that by 2050, Asia will contribute more than 50% to the world's GDP. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor in this changing time has emerged as a long-term development project of the two all-weather friendly neighbors. Today, it is considered to be an icon of China's visionary Belt and Road Initiative. And this is not me saying, this is Mr. Wang Yi stating while the foreign minister of China during his visit to Pakistan. And will serve as a corridor with multiple doors connecting the western region of China with Central Asia, Middle East, Africa, and Europe. And while we sit here, you could see some of the changes that CPEC has brought in Islamabad with leaders of the world coming and talking about investment in Pakistan. The overall aim of CPEC is to become a gateway of prosperity for both the countries and the region at large, and this is where regional and trans-regional integration will come to play to transform the region into a better place for our future generation. Ladies and gentlemen, the CPEC is focused to open various doors of regional integration. The resulting surge in trade, investment, and financial flows would bring not just change, but peace and prosperity to the region through enhancement of competitiveness of the economies of the countries, but also better living standards seeking to reduce regional disparities and social inequalities. Through CPEC, ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is also harnessing its geostrategic location into geo-economic advantage. As we speak, total trade between BRI countries, and I was reading this literature just last night to prepare for this small talk, has crossed 1.3 trillion. And for CPEC today, 22 projects of around 28 billion are in various stages of implementation, out of which 15 are in energy worth around 22 billion US dollars. And these energy projects are scheduled to be completed by 2025, inshallah. The infrastructure projects, which are, of course, in government concessional loans, will be completed by 2019, end of 2019, with our connectivity to KKH and all the way to Gwadar. Western Corridor, maybe one link, would be completed by 2020. And of course, the industrialization cooperation phase is now entering, with Rashakai, Dhabeji, Faisalabad set to achieve groundbreaking in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, 2019 has been declared as the year of industrial cooperation between the two countries. And we are, the Prime Minister has given us specific targets that by August, Faisalabad, Rashakai, and Dhabeji in Sindh should achieve groundbreaking, and the investment which Liaoning province and CRBC and some of the other enterprises are looking at, and these three should take place. And of course, for Islamabad ICT, August is our timeline to achieve groundbreaking. So we are answerable to the Prime Minister for this. Ladies and gentlemen, the government under the leadership of Prime Minister Imran Khan highly acknowledges the importance of social sector development for prosperity of the country. Therefore, socio-economic development, industrial cooperation, and uplift of agriculture sector are the key focus area of the government of Pakistan in CPEC in the next phase. In this regard, two new joint working groups have been established. One is for agriculture cooperation and the other is on the socio-economic development. This will talk about relocation of Chinese labor-intensive industries, skill training, job creation, clean drinking water, education, healthcare, forestry, technology, to name the least. So the canvas is expanding as we go along under the leadership of the current government. The development of Pakistani agriculture sector has strong linkages with the development of rural economy, poverty alleviation, and employment. Therefore, CPEC will address the potential of these key issues in these sectors to maximize its gain. And on 24th of this month, the Chinese expert team on socio-economic development, it's a large size, coming here for 2 weeks. And early March, we have the first joint working group meeting for agriculture, for which we'll set the roadmap how to do co-branding, marketing, and bring in new technology in agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, Gwadar, due to its strategic and geographical significance, has the potential to surpass neighboring port in terms of trading activity. The trade lead has already commenced with regular shipping services by COSCO since March last year, and we are on our way to attain transformation of Pakistan into a global economic hub. Under the CPEC portfolio, Gwadar holds the key importance. Gwadar's Smart Port City Master Plan is near completion. It's already completed. We will just need the approval of the Prime Minister before we disseminate information about it. And this would lay the foundation for sustainable regional development and blue economy, drive local businesses and increase port development. And why is it important to speak about blue economy here? Because no one would understand it's important than the people living in Karachi. Gwadar has the potential to attract domestic and foreign investment in the region, and development in this regard is being done so that we also transform it into a regional oil transshipment area. We are trying to, in our master plan, we are also working so that we give enough incentives so that people are attracted to move, and we create that pull factor where new industry could come in Gwadar. And we're already witnessing a lot of discussion being done. Saudis are here. They're talking about working in the oil city through various projects, and also UAE has shown interest. And besides that, Chinese have numerous projects in line. We are also expecting that by August this year, the groundbreaking of airport, inshallah, will take place, and also the vocational center and hospital. So I personally believe that 2019 is an important year as far as Gwadar is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, the key phrase in today's theme is regional integration, and this is how our leaders should be developed. Their capacity should be developed so that, when we talk of, Robert spoke about cross-cultural leadership and cross-cultural integration. I, as CPEC, and been worked since 2009 on this project, I see a lot of issues because of not understanding each other's culture, and therefore the speed of projects sometimes is delayed. So as future business leaders, I would request you, rather urge upon you, to understand culture, work on your capacity to understand the language, and not only for Chinese, but rest of the potential investors that are coming to Pakistan. There is no doubt that Future of Asia, Shade One, and CPEC serve as a primary platform where we can work towards building a sustainable and prosperous future. And under the leadership of Prime Minister Imran Khan, we have set 6 windows for this. One is agriculture, as I've just stated, socio-economic development, third-party participation, blue economy, to name a few. And when this third-party participation, we are going to China on 4th of next month and discuss a roadmap of all the potential investors that are attracted to Pakistan and are looking at Pakistan as their potential investment place. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistan of 2019 is a confident place showing tremendous potential to achieve its set economic targets and development goals. Through government's pragmatic policies, we are open for business, trade, and investment. Pakistan wants to leverage its close relationship with China and with the rest of the region to lay a foundation for greater future. Development of Pakistan is integrated and linked with how our leaders of the future are produced. Before I end, I would just like to quote Allama Iqbal, and he said this 70 years ago, and I'll for Robert, I'll translate in English also. He said that Gara khab chini sambhalne lage, hamala ke chashme ubalne lage. So he realized the importance of linking ourselves with China, and I'll just translate it for you, Robert. It says that the great Chinese nation is rising from its slumber, and spring of hope are emanating from the Himalayas. So with this, I again thank Sajid and all the members of ACCA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hassan Saab. Thank you for that very enlightening and very factual keynote, and we're delighted that the CPEC is performing well, and we look forward to the support and implementation that's taking place in Sindh and especially Gwadar. We also now have another video message from Mr. Derek Lai, the Deloitte Global Belt and Road Leader. So let's hear what Derek has to say.
In 2013, China presidency proposed setting up the Belt and Road Initiative during its visit to the Middle East and Southeast Asia. Belt refers to the Silk Road economic belt, and road refers to the 21st century maritime Silk Road, covering more than 60 countries with a combined GDP of 21 trillion US dollars. These two different routes ultimately connect China with Europe, Africa, and Southeast Asia. Fueled by this initiative, Chinese companies are encouraged to carry out strategic outbound investments actively. In 2016, China became the second largest outbound investor in the world. The number of global Fortune 500 Chinese enterprises has also grown rapidly in the past 15 years, making up over 22% of global Fortune 500 companies in 2018 as compared to 11 in 2002. The number is expected to exceed 140 by 2020. Nevertheless, given the uncertainties of global macroeconomic, including the tightened capital control, rise of international trade protectionisms, such as trade war, and the complex global investment environment, China witnessed a relative slowdown in outbound M&A activities in 2018, with only $115 billion worth of 381 announced Chinese outbound M&A deals. China outbound investment has entered into a steady adjustment period, but the investment appetite shall persist with a more conservative and vigilant approach, which takes a bit longer time for deal evaluation and deal completion. China overseas investment is expected to grow steadily and healthily, and momentum shall be kept in the infrastructure, construction, healthcare sector. In the midst of global economic uncertainties, to make overseas acquisitions or investments successful and impactful, investors require trusted business advisors who understand their business needs and concerns, and also process the hands-on outbound experience on M&A and infrastructure investments, in-depth sector knowledge, as well as on-the-ground understanding of local market practice, advising them throughout the process of the transactions or projects. Catering to the needs of our Chinese clients doing cross-border transactions and investments, we at Deloitte have pulled together a globally connected, multidisciplinary collaboration program, which is called Global Belt and Road Initiative. Secured by the support and commitment from Deloitte China and our overseas member firms, we have set up 8 M&A corridors and 7 infrastructure corridors between China and countries or regions where Chinese companies are most interested to invest in. M&A corridors include Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Israel, Japan, Taiwan, Northwest Europe, and US, whilst infrastructure corridors include East Africa, Brazil, Central Europe, Francophone Africa, Pakistan, Southeast Asia, and South Asia, that is basically India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. These corridors, led by country corridor leaders at both ends, aim at delivering seamless, high-quality professional cross-border services to our Chinese clients consistently across the globe in connection with their outbound transactions and investments.
Okay, so we'll carry on the discussion now with this esteemed panel that we have on board. And if you want any more insights into the research report, the economic benefits of the modern Silk Route, ACC has done a complete research report on that. That is on that one pager that's been given to you. Feel free to slide through. And then again, just to reiterate that we are on Slido, so sli.do. And the hashtag that you need to see is PLC1, since this is the first panel discussion that we'll be doing. On that note, I'll be calling up on the stage our first panel for today. And we'll start off by having Ms. Ayla Majid, the ACCA Council member and Head of Financial Advisory Services at Khalid Majid Rahman. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ayla. Mr. Abdul Rab, the Partner Financial Advisory Services, Deloitte. Rab Saab, thank you so much. Mr. Muhammad, sorry. Mr. Muhammad Asim, the President, CFA Society of Pakistan. Thank you so much, Asim, for taking out the time. We can carry on with the applause. Thank you. Mr. Richard Morin, the Managing Director, Pakistan Stock Exchange. Richard, thank you so much for coming here. And Mr. Shehzad Dada, the Chief Executive Officer, Standard Chartered Bank, Pakistan Limited. And moderating this esteemed panel will be Mr. Zishan Afzal, the Global Chief Executive Officer, Shahid Afridi Foundation, and Managing Director of the C100 think tank. So whilst the panel is sitting down, just a friendly reminder that we are sharing all live updates on the hashtag PLC 2019. So feel free to go through the updates that we have on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. And also for the online attendees, we have over 200 participants that are joining us from all across the globe. So we welcome the online participants as well, and they can also share in with the insights and ask questions. Zishan, over to you.
Sorry, hello. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. This is going to be a very exciting panel today. First of all, thank you, Sajid, for this great initiative. Right. Thank you, Sajid, for this great initiative. Thank you to the president of ACCA, who has flown all the way to Pakistan and lent his support for this. And Hassan Daud Kota Saab, thank you so much for a great insight on CPEC. I think the government is doing a phenomenal job. The last government started it. This government has a lot of initiatives coming for the CPEC. अच्छा, मजे की बात ये है कि CPEC के बारे में बड़ी बात की गई. You know, CPEC is a game changer. CPEC will transform Pakistan. CPEC will transform the world. How this will happen? Just giving you a little insights. I was hearing this video conference, video message, and it was said $21 trillion will flow through this program. There are almost 6,900 engineering contracts worldwide, which will change the world. So this is the impact, and there are 6 corridors that are going to change the world, how it will happen in 2030. हमने पाकिस्तान में बहुत सारी बातें की कि CPEC का क्या benefit होगा, कैसे benefit होगा. I'm very happy with this panel today that will give you insights, will give you the business side of the story, that how the business will impact CPEC, how the things will transform in Pakistan. So before, I would like to start with this one sentence, the basic, we'll open discussion with all the panelists. How is CPEC defined as the game changer for Pakistan? How do you think that this will define Pakistan in the next 5 to 10 years? So I would like to start with, in the sequence, with Ayla first. Thank you.
Thank you, Zishan. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome all of you to this PLC 2019 on behalf of ACCA. CPEC and Belt and Road Initiative, of course, is a very important project, not only for our country, but for the rest of the globe. As Zishan mentioned, the indicators that he shared, what's the kind of impact that this is going to have in terms of trillions of dollars? There is another indicator that by 2030, the global infrastructure need is perhaps close to about $50 trillion. So one can see that the significance only CPEC or the Belt and Road, all the countries throughout this sort of initiative this is absolutely huge. Now coming to this particular fact that how is this a game changer? I think it is kind of sort of self-evident what we see now. This morning I was very pleased to see in the paper when it said that Saudi Arabia pledges to invest about $20 billion. So what has CPEC done? It has given us investor confidence. It has given investor confidence to Pakistan. At the same time, why else it is a game changer? It is connecting the entire world. Gone are the days when we could just live on own cocoons. It's a global world. We are so interconnected. We are going to be connected all the way to Africa. And just the other day, I was hearing Bill Gates saying that why he's concentrating so much on Africa, because Africa is the youngest continent. So also looking at the theme that ACCA sort of functions on, think ahead. We need to see what we have now and where we are heading to tomorrow. So if we see CPEC and BRI in that context, that's sort of, it's actually creating an enabling environment to us to harness all the opportunities that we have now, and not only that, the opportunities that we have in future.
Perfect, thank you, Ayla. I think it's a very important point Ayla has mentioned that Pakistan as an investor hub, foreign investments are coming to Pakistan. With this CPEC corridors opening, the global community is also realizing the importance of Pakistan. So Abdurrab, game changer for Pakistan.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the game changer, it's a double-edged sword, I'd say. Like, we can say it's a game changer because that has given us a direction in terms of like how the business will look like in future, and that's a global project with 60 countries and the $1 trillion investment. But until and unless we get ourselves and the policies and the creation for the ease of doing business, and there are certain myths also, like for the Sri Lankan ports and like Gwadar, but we have to have you see, a sort of story, and we have to gear up ourselves in terms of embracing those challenges. And the businesses at present are not that friendly in terms of addressing those. Okay. So until we have a local mindset change, I think we will not be able to get the true benefits that are required to be taken in that way.
I think this is a very valid point that you've mentioned. We are going to cover this in our next question, that how business impacts create. Asim, so game changer for Pakistan.
Zishan, first of all, I would like to thank ACCA leadership for inviting CFSIT Pakistan to contribute here. With regards to, again, Pakistan, for Pakistan, CPEC could be a game changer. I think putting it in the context of numbers with near 300 billion GDP size in terms of US dollars and about 70 odd billion dollars of investment coming from the CPEC project. So that is again that could be a very vital contributor to our economy. And I think in that context, we should also realize for the last 20-30 years, in fact, particularly the last 20 years, can be considered as a lost decade for Pakistan, because we have seen a lot of regional partners and regional countries coming along very strongly, investing in their industrialization services. So some have become trade tigers, some have really transformed their economy. Vietnam, smaller countries like Vietnam, Bangladesh, who have really invested in their industrial capacity. But now this opportunity really opens up Pakistan opportunity, really shakes it up, that this kind of investment is coming to Pakistan. And I think we should also keep in mind that this should be seen as more sort of this level of commercialism involved in it, right? So it should be a win-win partnership for both China and Pakistan, and that can only be realized when we take the responsibility on our part as well, that we also get ready, we also get geared up to actually revitalize, mobilize that investment to grow our economy. So yes, it is a game changer, but it depends a lot on us how we define our future from it.
Perfect. I think that's a very valid point, that we as business community has to realize the true potential coming out of this platform to see what our businesses can do to actually help the growth as well. Richard, game changer for Pakistan. You've been here leading the Pakistan capital markets, PSX. So how do you perceive? What's your views on CPEC in Pakistan?
I definitely agree with the view that CPEC is a potential game changer for Pakistan. I think the investment in infrastructure, transportation, Gwadar port, electricity production, all of these things are going potentially to have a significant lasting impact on Pakistan's economy. On the other hand, I would say that CPEC by itself will not be sufficient to solve, obviously not sufficient to solve Pakistan's economy. In fact, if you see Pakistan's economy like a car, I think CPEC is an engine of growth, an engine of change. But unless you have a good transmission, that engine won't get your car moving. And that is where I believe economic reforms are required, so that the transmission, sends the benefits of CPEC throughout Pakistan's economy. I think it's a well-known fact that I've been advocating continued reform in Pakistan's capital market. I think one of the principal transmissions of growth is the capital market, and I think that's one of the issues that we'll be discussing later on this in this panel.
Thank you, Richard. I think a very good point, that a potential game changer for Pakistan, and how that transpires over the time, we'll have to see, and we'll ask questions. And Shahzad, leading one of them, one of the leading banks internationally, Standard Chartered Bank, how do you see CPEC as a game changer in Pakistan?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, Sajid, thank you for having me here, and also Robert, welcome to Pakistan, and Hassan Saab for a very comprehensive overview on a topic which is very important. Absolutely, it's a game changer if executed right. And I think this is a huge opportunity for a country like Pakistan to really get on the very important strategic trade corridor. And really, if executed right, I think it will make sure that we can really have sustainable economic growth, which can take millions of people out of poverty. So I'm a big believer in it. And I know you have multiple questions, and I'm sure the audience will have. The key is execution and doing it right. And I think that's what most of the panelists also alluded to.
So the thing coming out of this panel is very interesting, that CPEC is a game changer for Pakistan, but it depends on how our business community, how our policy makers, how the financial integration process happens over the period. So coming back to our next question, I would like to start with Abdul Rabb, because you had already mentioned this point. The Belt Road Initiative expands over 60 countries with trillions of dollars of economy. But when it comes to Pakistan, 70% of the CPEC projects are within the energy sector. And with that energy requirement needs to be fulfilled over a time, Pakistan will have over close to 1 million jobs being created. The infrastructure requirements of transportation, the banking loans will grow at a certain percentage. How do you see that the business community and overall does understand this need? Do they grasp what is required? We talk about the CPEC buzz a lot. Do we actually absorb it, that what needs to be done?
You see, in certain cases, there is a need. There have been talks, but still, a lot needs to be done from the government perspective as well as from the business community perspective. Some sort of community mobilization is essential first, because there are places where I've personally seen there is a clear disconnect between the infrastructure and the government plans and the community living over there. So until unless we mobilize that community and bring them into the fold of CPEC and what benefits they can get out of this, this is important. Coming to energy, energy will reduce the crisis, and it will put the shortfall will not be there, and there'll be creation of jobs and the availability for the infrastructure and investments. But this is not the only thing. This is the early harvest projects, 17 harvest projects. But after that, there are special economic zones, and the real activity will come from that. But before that, the bridge is for the infrastructure that we need to create, the logistics and the transport sectors, because by 2025, until unless we have grown for the infrastructure and the needs that are required to embrace those challenges in the special economic zones, I think it would be challenging, and we need to work on this. There have been talks, and the government is working on, but still, we need to have a clear-cut policy. Second, we have to identify and prioritize the sectors where we need the investment, like the logistics, the ports and shipping, the IT, and these are the sectors where, like the digital, unless we go with this. Second, the business community should learn how can they have the productive competitive advantage until unless they work on the mass scales. And the real challenge would be for the government, we need to increase our exports. Until unless we have a balance of trade, favorable balance of trade, and otherwise, all of this, there have been talks, but it could be a mix. So times are challenging, and the business community is not really at that point where they should have been.
Great.
And the policy making also, this requires further improvement.
Great. Thank you. Ayla, just to continuing with what Abdul Rab has suggested, how do you think that business community will gear up to that level of understanding that, this such requirements are needed with infrastructure, energy? What is the lacking? What do you think as a solution between the business industry and the government to actually grasp all these?
So to begin with, like the initial projects that have been set up, the energy infrastructure and all of these are obviously, they were needed because they were missing. We were an energy deficient country. Our infrastructure index was very low. And very recently, the World Economic Forum, they have sort of revamped the way they calculate the global competitiveness index. Till 2018, they were separately looking at the hardcore infrastructure as one of the strong pillars. So looking at all those indicators, so Pakistan obviously needed that. And now after the physical infrastructure, what comes? It's the digital infrastructure where the country is investing, where there are local as well as foreign investors are also investing. So first creating the enabling environment, obviously that had to be the first brick. That is now put in place. Now, how can people now use this infrastructure and get ready in terms of getting the opportunities and getting the best out of it? First, creating, more knowledge about what is needed. Abdul Rab mentioned about the special economic zones. So the industries that need to be put there. Just if you look on the right side, there's like a nice sort of set of indicators that's mentioned. It mentions Pakistan is going to be one of the 10 global manufacturing hubs. So now what is the kind of manufacturing that we need? High tech, not just the traditional one, value addition. We sort of take pride in like one of the big youngest populations, learning tech, and also sort of having English as one of the key languages as well. So business outsourcing, which Sajid mentioned earlier as well, that's a great opportunity that people can sort of work on. Apart from that, it's like, we need to innovate ourselves. Obviously, when what was relevant about 2 or 3 decades ago is no more going to be relevant. So continuously, we need to invest in our own education, in sort of upping our skill. So that is extremely important, and to look at how the global economies are taking shape and what is needed in every part of the world and how can we contribute. So now with the information available on the fingertips, it is really for all of you, for everybody out there in the country or everybody out there in the region to sort of figure out what is their interest, what is their core skill, and which area they can invest and sort of move on in a particular direction, or probably in multiple directions as well.
Sure. I think that's a very good suggestion that the business community itself has to come forward and understand the objective. In the interest of time, I'd like to move quickly as well. When we talk about CPEC, business opportunities, financial integration is one of the key pillars. And in that financial integration, capital markets in the banking sector plays a very important role. So my next question are to the financial experts here. I'd like to start with Richard first. Richard, how do you see capital markets in Pakistan playing its role in CPEC? And what are the areas that you think that needs to be done to actually facilitate this process?
Okay. Well, as I've said earlier, I fundamentally believe that capital markets are the transmission that will make the Pakistan economic vehicle move forward. Traditionally, in Pakistan, there's been this perception that the stock market is just like another segment of Pakistan's economy. It is not. It is really at the heart. We through capital market, will provide the lifeblood to Pakistan's businesses. And I think today, Pakistan's capital market is not developed to the point where it is able to play effectively that role. There's a lack of capital formation in Pakistan, and I think there's inefficient allocation of capital within Pakistan's economy, and that comes to a great cost in terms of economic foregone economic growth. And I think the examples are familiar to many people. Much of Pakistan's capital rests in the informal sector and tends to be invested in real estate.
Yeah.
Much of it being unproductive. Now we need to find a way to redirect that capital out of the informal sector into the formal capital market of Pakistan, and through the stock market and the bond market, make that capital available to companies, exploiting the CPEC initiatives. Because again, CPEC, as we said, provides the opportunity, provides the basic infrastructure, but to fully exploit that infrastructure, you need companies to invest capital, take risks. And so that's where the capital market needs to play a role. And that's why it is absolutely vital for Pakistan's success that we move forward in our capital market reform initiatives.
Great. I think this is a very valid point. Just on a lighter note, it was said to me by one of the leading corporate executives that Pakistan's informal economy is almost 2 to 3 times of the formal economy. Yeah. So we need to have a process of this documentation coming back of these cash, these flows through the capital markets to actually enhance the growth as well. Shahzad, banking, leading one of the biggest banks, the banking sector loans are, estimated to grow significantly once the actual results of the CPEC takes place. How do you see the banking sector playing its role for CPEC?
Yeah, thanks. And I'm going to also talk a little bit about the capital markets. But Standard Chartered is representing 60% of the Belt and Road countries. ACCA has 40%. So I think what I'm going to share with you is based on experience, not just Pakistan, but really what's happening in the rest of the world and what BNR has achieved or not achieved in whether it's in Africa, whether it's in Asia, or whether it's in the Middle East. Look, the banking sector is very robust in Pakistan, very liquid, and it's absolutely ready to take on the CPEC infrastructure projects. And I think you can see some glimpses of that. I think the challenge for us is really ensuring that we can really drive. I think the large companies are still very capable of exploiting the opportunities in the banking sector, but I think it's really the SME sector, which is going to be the heart the heart of the whole growth that's going to come. And I think that's where a lot of hand-holding is required. I think, quoting President Xi, who said finance is the lifeblood of the whole economy, of the whole CPEC, and of any modern economy. And I think if your heart is not functioning, blood is not circulating well, you will not be able to grow. So I think it's very important that you have a very robust, both financial markets, both bank. Unfortunately, right now, and as Richard alluded to, we have a very bank-based economy. We don't have a capital market-based economy. I had the pleasure of being on the board of Pakistan Stock Exchange, and I think this is an issue that we have grappled with. I mean, if you look at the representation and the narrow base that we have, Richard, I don't know if the number has grown. It's around 250,000 accounts. I mean, that's minuscule. We have we have
200 million plus population.
140 million SIM users. We have 25 million bank accounts, and we only have 250,000. And of that, if you really take the active ones, I think it's really a very, very, very small number. Number of listed companies have really not grown in 30 years. And I think if you really want to exploit the opportunities, I think this is where this is the platform through which we are going to be able to really derive a lot of things. So I think we need to do this. I have some numbers here, and I think one of the other challenges we have, and again, whether it's formula, it's the savings rate. We have one of the lowest saving rates in the region, and I think with that savings rate, you're not going to bring the private capital into this. We have been a very consumer-based economy, so we really need to address those challenges. And I think this is if you look at market cap to GDP, we are sitting at what, 25% right now. I mean, India, Malaysia, and Thailand are at 110%. India is sitting at 90 to 100%. So I think these are the challenges that will be very integral part of it. I have some solutions. If you have time, I'll talk about some of the things that we can do. Sure. But you know, Shoaib is sitting there, Mohammed Shoaib. I mean, we have done a very good job in bringing the mutual fund industry, but it's still 2%. That's minuscule compared to India, 13%. So I think there's a huge opportunity. We need to bring private capital into it and develop a mutual fund industry. We don't need to have every retail investor doesn't need to go and invest in a stock market. Great. I mean, we should have platforms through which we do it, and smart platforms with banks like Standard Chartered and others facilitating that growth will be very critical as we really fully optimize on the phase 2 and phase 3 of CPEC. And I know you will talk about economic zones, and I have some thoughts around that also.
Sure. I think these are very some great points that how the things will grow forward. Asim, financial integration, of the financial sector. How do you see CPEC?
I think I'll just build on to the points mentioned by Richard and Shazad as well. Is that again the capital markets, particularly our stock market and even the private debt market, is relatively very small. And the CPEC projects, if the government could just start with small listings here, a very small portion, I think that can be a great way to enhance the listed capital and attract more investors. It's an interesting fact that most of the new investors usually come to stock market when they are fresh IPOs and when there are good opportunities to invest. So this results in creation of bread for the stock market. You actually lay down the foundation for long-term capital provider from the stock market. Similarly, on the debt side, particularly in the Sukuk market and the Islamic debt market, there is a dearth of instruments, and the government is sitting on such a huge asset base now. So these assets could be channeled into the Sukuk market, into the Islamic debt.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is a very interesting point that you've made about the Islamic Sukuk market as well. With the latest Pakistan Sukuk, Pakistan bonds being done for the the expats, and the government has already issued international bonds, are there assets available with the government for these Sukuks and mortgages? And I don't, because there was a study done that Pakistan does not have those much assets for such financial instruments available as well.
Yeah, I think if you look at it in the context of CPAC, so government itself has equity holding in several energy projects, and the government has share in the infrastructure. Now, infrastructure is totally new to Pakistan. So infrastructure funding is also one of the important areas where the government can develop the market as well. These are very long-term projects. Your REITs can be developed out of it. Infrastructure funding can really vitalize the economy on that side as well. I think just a few weeks back, the government has given a notion to privatize one of its power projects. So these are also assets of the government.
Hope it does go through as well.
So I hope, I hope it does go through as well. But even if a small portion of that come towards these markets, because we understand that critical thing is that it's a reality that our stock markets and our capital markets are relatively small. But you have to start building them, and these could be the projects where small listings could be there. And one thing I think recently, in the last 2-3 years, as an active stock market investor, we have seen about less than close to $2 billion of foreign selling coming into Pakistan, and that has been absorbed by the local investors because there is sufficient liquidity, significant liquidity available. And mind you, it was in that period where economy was progressively coming from a high pace to a lower pace. So there is liquidity available. We can take this opportunity to develop the capital markets.
Shazad, you've mentioned you have some solutions. I'm very interested to hear those solutions in the end, because that will be really interesting, because in the end,
pause. You know, REITs, SECP announced REITs 8 years ago. There's only been one REIT listed.
Yeah, Dolmen REIT.
Yeah, and that's also, so one REIT. So I think a lot of times we really need to look in the mirror and see what's really stopping us.
Yeah.
So it's not always, I think the rent-seeking mentality has to change.
That's very true, and I wanted to take this opportunity to also request the regulators, especially the capital market regulators, the SECP as well, to relax policies. When someone talked about, Asim talked about listing of SMEs, you know, that ease of, you know, going to the capital markets and getting listed, there is a lot of big process involved, going to the PSX and SECP, and a 6-week this needs to be reduced. And I would request Sajid and ACCA team here, because these are wonderful suggestions. I hope these are documented and we can send it to regulators. Abdurrahman, I know you want to.
I feel compelled to reply here.
Yeah.
Specifically on the question of REITs, there were impediments to the development of REITs, as many of them were regulatory in nature. I believe, Sohail, you may correct me if I'm wrong, but many of these impediments were removed by SACP recently. There have been amendments to the REITs regulation, so let's give the regulator credit when it's deserved. With regards to listing on PSX, PSX intends to accommodate the listing and there's been misunderstanding as to what we mean by SME board at PSX. What we have right now is what I would call a private market. But that private market needs to be reviewed, and that's a process that we're currently engaged in. We want to make it easier for SMEs to raise money and get listed on PSX. But without going into the details, there are some regulatory issues that we need to look at there. And finally, we are engaged in very constructive discussions with the Ministry of Finance on a way to build a bridge between the capital sitting in the informal sector and the formal capital market. I won't go into details here, but there are ways to bridge the two, I would call them the two solitudes of Pakistan.
Great, thank you so much, Richard, for these great insights. I request Sajid to next time give us more time for this session. This is very interesting because people are talking about and taking interest as well. I'm just going to quickly move on to my next question. Ayla, with all these talk of capital markets, finance integration, understanding of the businesses, do you think the local businesses feel challenged? What are the areas, what are the challenges for the local businesses? What are the threats for the local businesses with CPEC coming in?
Just before I answer this, just want to sort of add on to the previous and some of the indicators. The government of Pakistan does have a lot of assets, even for Sukuk and other bonds as well. Just alone in the electricity sector, we have about 4,300 assets, and then obviously infrastructure and so many others. Now coming back to your question with regards to whether CPEC is going to be a challenge and what is it like a threat?
Like it's like a negative impact for the local businesses,
yes.
or how do we feel about it?
So anyone who is not ready is going to feel threatened. Obviously, one needs to be ready and one needs to sort of safeguard oneself. And that goes for anyone, like we sort of go on about in our daily lives. We build a protection mechanism, whether it's with regards to our health, whether it's with regards to our sustainability, whether it's sort of anything and everything. This is what businesses also need to do. Survival of the fittest is law of nature, and this is what is going to happen. At the same time, what one needs to understand, we cannot just completely sort of let our guard down and let our industry suffer. So there has to be like a mechanism built so that we take along the existing businesses also. But what needs to be done, again, what I mentioned earlier, we need to be forward-looking. We need to forge partnerships. Pakistan's biggest exports are textiles. And when I speak to the biggest textile exporters in this country, they say that they are not looking at taking bigger pies of shares. Why? Because there hasn't been much value addition. Bangladesh, on the other side, I mean, it sort of had its own dynamics, but sort of went on upward trajectory with regards to the exports because they carried value addition. Now, the space that, in my opinion, that we have, the industry that we have, we should be focusing on knowledge economy. And that is going to be our strength. And we need to invest there in knowledge economy, in innovation, in technology. And just very briefly, in the end, touching upon the informal economy, why there's capital in the informal economy, and what is that the formal capital markets and the banking sector they need to do. Of course, they need to create awareness and they need to show that what is the value that they give to the people who have all the money in the informal economy. There is clearly a competition, and the competition is that these people who have kept the money in the informal economy, they clearly feel that there is, for them, either it's less risk or more value for them there. They are earning money there as well. So they need to, on the other side, see we have more safeguards, we have more value, we need to create products, we need to go speak to them, we need to give them that confidence and not create like a web of super complex regulations, because that is going to drive people as well as businesses away also.
Thank you, Ayla. I think one of the points that I take away from your is technology. I mean, recently Pakistan had its first artificial intelligence robot under the BSS Technologies. It was launched at the capital market. I think Richard and Shahzad was there as well. It does analysis or daily reports based on artificial intelligence. So Abdurrab, I would ask you, how do you think technology will play a big part in CPEC, and how are local businesses adopting the fourth IR, which is the fourth industrial revolution, will impact CPEC?
Yeah, it will have a major impact. You see, the local businesses have to change their mindset and to have adopt the global mindset. And until unless they scale up themselves, improve their productive advantage and the costing, because you see, and apart from that, they have to invest in the digital and the technology, and this is the only solution. In this way, they can have their cost of production low. Otherwise, because you see, these special economic zones are not only for Chinese. This will be available for the local entrepreneurs as well, and it will be open for all the global players also. So anyone can come and invest. My point is, like, we need to have first a policy, the internal policy for developing these economic zones, identifying the sectors, and obviously we have to have the digital impact and the industrialization impact. Otherwise, without this, by 2030, I don't think so Pakistani production will be competitive or like will have any place.
Okay.
Apart from that, the credit availability of credit is also very important, because you see, as far as I'm talking to my Chinese clients, they're struggling. They're skeptical about the financial guarantees and other matters. So until unless we have a clear mechanism of that too, facilitating the credit, I don't think so that things will have impactful.
We want to keep the last 5 minutes for the questions as well for the audience. So we have 10 minutes left for the audience. So the last two questions, I want the more tangible outputs coming from this panel, so every one of us can take it forward. Shahzad, I'm very interested, coming back to the economic zones. The world is moving towards economic zones. China has developed various economic zones. Pakistan has now identified 5 or 6 economic zones. How do you see CPEC in the economic zones and the local businesses growing?
Look, economic zones, and again, we don't have to recreate history. We can just look at what's happened in other markets. If you look at what's happened in Bangladesh, 1/5 of the exports come from the economic zones. Sri Lanka, 1/3. So clearly, economic zones, if you have the right policies and they're not used as import substitution means, but really an export oriented, so you'll need to make sure that you have the right policies, right infrastructure. They can be a huge engine for your exports. And I think that's what this government is trying to really cater to. Clearly, I think the challenge right now is some of the economic zones, and it was good to see Hassan Saab talk about some of the progress that we have made. Some of the economic zones are still long way to go. So I think the sooner we can get them online and provide the relevant infrastructure that's required, whether it's electricity, roads, and all sorts of things, and really have an outward-looking policy, they can be a huge thing. Not all economic zones have been successful. If you look at Dominican Republic, it's been a failure. I mean, they've not been able to achieve it. Mexico and Dominican Republic stand out as two economic zones which did not achieve the export-oriented purpose. So I think there's a lot to be learned from the past experiences. Having worked in those markets as an institution, we have some real tangible experience, benefits, the do's and don'ts. And I think it will be very important for both the private sector and the public sector to really come together and ensure that the policies, the framework, and really there will be a lot learn to unlearn. I think this is another thing. We really need to start not looking at the old policies and frameworks. And this is an opportunity, again, going back to my earlier point, is it a game changer? If we can really capitalize on this opportunity, I think it would be a huge way for us to reorient ourselves, recalibrate our policies and our way of doing business using technology and using many other things that are being very disruptive right now to really make this a sustainable economic opportunity for us. So we don't have to go 3 years with, 5+% growth, then back to, lower growth, going back to IMF. I think if we really want to get out of it, this is a God-given opportunity. And I think if we don't seize it, I think we all will be to be blamed. And I think our generations to come will tell us what a missed opportunity that was.
Yeah, that's
not to put any pressure on anybody.
No, but a very valid point that it is young generation. Pakistan's population is young generation. And this is the generation which is going to reap the benefits, and policy standards today will benefit tomorrow.
Absolutely, and it's an opportunity to really take out the millions of people that are sitting below the poverty line by creating jobs and opportunities for them. And it's up to us what we do about it.
Absolutely. Richard, economic zones. How do you see economic zones playing a part in a country's growth and their role? And how do you link that with CPEC and the capital markets playing its role?
I am not a macro economist by profession. I'm more of a micro economist. I build businesses and I make them grow. But from a layman's point of view, and I share many of the views that Shahzad has just shared with us, I think it's the role of government to provide basic infrastructure, roads, power, good functioning legal system, education. So this is the infrastructure that government needs to provide. I think a special economic zone has proven to be a very powerful tool for development, but it's just a tool. It's how you use it. Again, a layman's piece of advice would be for government to avoid trying to pick winners. I think you don't want to be too directive in your economic development strategy. You lay out the foundation, you provide the infrastructure. Again, legal infrastructure is a major area where Pakistan needs to improve. But then you let the best company win. Somebody earlier alluded to survival of the fittest.
Before I move to my last question, I just wanted to ask Abdul, just quick 1 minute summary. What is the industry, the accounting industry, doing in helping the policy making for these economic zones? Shahzad, you wanted to say?
One, just to finish up that thought. It takes 10 days in Africa to export a good. It takes 2 to 3 days in a developed market. Just food for thought. If we really want to make these export, we really need to hone in, go right, understand bit by bit what it takes. And again, it's very much part of the ease of doing business. A lot of people in this crowd are associated with that. But if we could really cater to that, I think,
Great. Coming back, the accounting profession, the top 4, the big 4, the big 10, what are we doing to help facilitate the policy making process for these zones? Just quick,
I think
because we are running very short.
Standards are being aligned, number one. This is important. Second, in terms of the policy making, they are coordinating with the different sectors, and to have providing their input with the entrepreneurs and the policy maker acting as a bridge. And this is very important. But still, the efficiency and the effectiveness of the whole discussions and the policy guidelines that are still yet to be framed and fine-tuned as a way we progress.
Perfect. My last question to all of the panel.
I would just like to add to that, the special economic zones. I think one point that also needs to highlight is that FDI is one of the weakest areas of Pakistan for the last 10 years.
Very
So
true.
we have a stagnant
Yes.
level. So this is one opportunity which
20
can
million.
really bring in more FDI, and we can really channel towards our export competitiveness and import substitution through these
I think
special
that's a
economies.
very valid point. You know, increasing exports, government agenda is to increase exports. I sit on a board, one of the largest textile companies of Pakistan. I sit there as a director looking after their technology, retail expansion as well. Our biggest challenge is to increase and enhance exports of Pakistan in the textile and agricultural sector, which is the backbone of the economy in the end. We have very less time. Let me start with Shahzad first, this time on this way around. One top recommendation, Shahzad, for the business community and the capital markets for CPEC. Just quick one, couple of recommendations which we can share.
I'll be a bit generic, but in interest of time, I can go into real detail. But learn to unlearn. Let's not rely on old policies and old way of doing business, because really, this is an opportunity. There's a lot going around. Learn to unlearn and really seize these opportunities.
Perfect. Richard, your one take, one recommendation.
I love this. Learn to unlearn. My recommendation would be simple. Come to a Pakistan stock exchange to raise your capital. If there are any impediments to your raising capital on our exchange, we will remove them. We'll work with SCCP, with finance minister, with anybody we need to work to. And this is how a capital market develops. It's a bottom-up approach. It's companies coming to the exchange and finding a way to raise capital. And I don't mean to criticize SCCP here, but it's not a top-down approach where a regulator decides how the market's going to function and forces everybody to comply to that. So there's a subtle difference between the two. So my message is come to PSX. If there are any impediments in your way, we'll do our best to remove them.
Just to add to Richard's points, Pakistan, one of the largest brand name of Pakistan internationally, Interloop, is now recently coming from textile to the capital markets. One of the largest socks manufacturer, the brand name of Pakistan globally, is now coming to the capital markets soon in the March as well. Asif, your one recommendation.
We should have you on our marketing team. I forgot to mention that.
No, but this is very important because this is, I'm not marketing, but I'm brand Pakistan. Pakistan is ours. We own this flag. We want to actually make this flag, this country, one of the top countries in Pakistan. All of us are the marketing of Pakistan. Asif.
I think we need to understand that our new trading partner, our partner in long-term relationship, has a scale in industry, in the businesses. Everything they do is at scale. Pakistan's economy, industrialists, businesses are relatively small. So if we produce 10, they produce probably 10 million. That's the scale, and that's the kind of, again, an opportunity and threat as well, which needs to be probably taken care of. I'm not saying that we are not ready. We already compete in international level in exports in several industries. So there is a possibility. It is possible that we can compete, but we need to define and consider our strategic priorities in that context.
Perfect. Abdullah, 30 seconds. Your one top recommendation for the business community here and Pakistan.
Have a global mindset, and obviously increase in scale and focus on increasing the exports.
Beautiful. Simple. Ayla, what is your top recommendation for us today?
My top recommendation should be that anything and everything that we should do should have inclusivity at the center of it. If we build our projects inclusively, by inclusiveness I mean include everyone, the communities around you, the people around you. So this is what is going to really drive the growth engine. Something that was mentioned earlier in the video, that Raj karegi halke khuda jo main bhi hu tum bhi ho. So we need to take this halke khuda with us. When we make everyone a stakeholder and make them inclusive in our growth, that is the long-term sustainable growth. And I think there's a Chinese proverb, since we are talking about CPEC and Belt and Road, there's a Chinese proverb that I heard from one of my ACCA Council colleagues, that if you want to go far, go together. If you want to go fast, you can go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So we need to bring everyone together.
Great. So very interesting discussion. I'm just going to quickly recap the 5 recommendations from our panelists, which is one, to learn to unlearn. That is very important. So, that's how you progress. If you look at Kodak, when we were growing up, it was all over the world. And now it's nowhere. The story of Nokia is an eye-opener for all of us. So I think it's learn, unlearn, learn, unlearn, and that's how the nations progress. PSX Capital Markets, thank you, Richard, for your very good insights on how you are facilitating the process. When you talked about REITs, my colleague here who has done the first REITs here, Adnan, is in the crowd, and he was the first one to clap when the policies were changed. Thank you, Adnan, for coming. Increase in exports is one of the areas that Pakistan and the government, MOF, is also very much focusing on. The global mindset, we have to be a global community. If we have to move globally, the inclusivity, like Ayla mentioned, is very important. And at the same time, we should embrace technology. Technology is going to be a reality. The 4th industrial revolution with artificial intelligence, the robots, my relation with cricket and Shahid, just to end on a lighter note, Shahid Afridi, Richard, is one of the leading cricketing stars. I work with some of the sports analyst teams as well. मैंने शाहिद को बोला कि how we can, Shahid and I were sitting in, Shahid, let's do something about CPEC. उसने कहा ज़ीशान फाउंडेशन का दफ्तर खोल लेते हैं चाइना में. मैंने कहा that is now things will change. So I'm trying to gather support from the celebrities, from the stars, from the corporate sector, from the business community, and see what roles together we can play while developing the Chinese cricket team. If it is that, bringing them to Pakistan and seeing we can do something together with sports goods exports as well. So with this note, I would like to open the forum for questions. We have 5 minutes for any questions. Yes, Faizan. Can we get a mic? I'm sure you can speak. We can probably hear you as well.
Generally short-term in nature. The other one is relatively longer-term in nature. Obviously, we have talked a lot on the pros and cons of going into CPEC. But in the short term, like we all know that Pakistan's fiscal position is deteriorating very fast. And obviously, we are on the brink of collapse in the energy sector, especially. So obviously, all the power projects that we have installed in the past few years, they are adding towards our capacity payment. So we have about 700 billion of capacity payment, which we have to make to these independent power producers. And we have a circular debt of crossing over 1.2 trillion rupees. So I just wanted to know how we will bridge this gap, how we will transition from this medium-term or short-term crisis into a more longer-term future where we are benefiting from CPEC. That's question number one. So I just need to know the strategy, how we are going to go about with our reforms. Like we have talked about, reforms are obviously very important to us right now. The other question which I have, which the panelists have briefly touched as well, is what about our human resource development? Apparently, we do not have the capacity to compete with the Chinese companies who have very deeper knowledge of understanding. So the argument that Chinese are basically low-cost producers is now gone, because most of the companies now operating, they are basically in the Chinese market because they think that the human base, the capital, the knowledge there is so vast. So what are we doing on that front in terms of technical and vocational training of our local human resources?
Very important. The first question, Asim, would you like to?
Yeah, I think you rightly mentioned, although CPEC, out of CPEC, 65% is energy sector. But when we look at our domestic energy sector, it's still in the mess, whether you look at the distribution, whether you look at the production, and whether you look at the downstream from exploration till the production of oil exploration to production. The whole energy efficiency and that problem of transmission and distribution losses needs to be addressed. So painful steps should be taken by the government, whether it means phasing out subsidies. I know it's easier said than done because there is political pressure, but I personally don't see a easy way out to that. I think difficult steps wherever needed, because this is the time we invest in ourselves, we review our situation, and adjust where we need to. If we don't, otherwise this, as I think all the panelists share, the cautious optimism about this CPAC project and its long-term implications. So you rightly said, in the short term, medium term, if we don't carry out those adjustments which are needed, then probably we might not be able to get the full potential out of it.
Okay, great. The second question, would anyone like to answer that? How we are gearing up to face the competition, to be honest, like vocational training, the human capital development of our resources. Ayla, would you?
Yeah, I'll just quickly answer. I mean, I think you also mentioned that, I mean, we need to see that what is now most feasible to do in China, what is more feasible to do in Brazil, and what's most feasible to do in Pakistan. We clearly need to opt for those things. If something that is not feasible for us, it doesn't make sense. You alone are not going to go into that kind of business. So let's look at those opportunities where there is feasibility. And also look at what Chinese technology partners and other sort of investors, companies that are investing in, where they are moving. And just like to very briefly touch upon the last year, the investment that came in by Ant Financial Services and Telenor's microfinance bank, about $185 million, and what they are wanting to do is invest another few $100 million in the technology space. And they're also actually creating a competition for our friends here, the banking and the financial sector. So I think in a nutshell, that's what we really need to do, that what is our niche, where we are feasible, where we will be more effective.
Perfect. And I'm sure the government would also realize this, and they will have some subsidies. Shehzad, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, no, I just look at what Tim Cook did at Apple. He did not go to China for chip manufacturing because China, the low-cost advantage is well gone. It was the expertise and on a large scale available, and today they are one of the biggest producers, right? So I think and China has invested heavily in vocational training. So I think that's the roadmap that we have for a very short term. Long term, it's education.
Yeah. There have been cultural exchange programs.
Yeah. Let me just summarize this, because Hassan Saab wanted to say something to answer this question because he represents the government. So Hassan Saab, would you like to add something to this?
Seshan, I apologize. I must absolutely go. There's a meeting that requires my presence immediately.
Sure.
So thank you for the thanks to the moderator. Thanks to the audience. My apologies.
So if we can quickly have a memento for you, sir, and if Robert, if you could quickly join us up on the stage, and we can have the president of the Pakistan Stock Exchange back up here for a quick photograph and a memento. Managing Director, apologies. Thank you. So Robert, if you could come in, and Sujit, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Do you want to take which give me the question? I'll give you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, Hassan Saab, thanks.
We can carry on now with the Q&A.
Apologies, Hassan Saab, he wanted to add something to
talking about capacity building, what is the government doing? What is the private sector really doing to embrace the change that is coming? In terms of our HR development, clearly in the last 9 years that I worked with China, in China and here also, the biggest difference besides technology and all, because in the first phase we will inshallah be going into labor intensive market, which does not need large scale, of course the fourth industrial revolution would come and we are gearing up for that. The biggest difference that I see is efficiency. Besides the technology know-how and the capacity, here if from the government, in the government sector also in the private sector, clearly the efficiency level is poles apart. There you could find them in their hours of working, they would work diligently, whereas here, and this is where I would request ACCA and the future leadership of business community is to support the government, because हमारी जो TEFTAs हैं और हमारे जो vocational centers हैं which have been run by the government, clearly do not have the capacity in terms of their leadership. अगर वो इतने अच्छे होते तो आज हम इस हाल में ना होते, frankly. तो हमें private sector की hand holding की ज़रूरत है. We are working with the Chinese. Chinese have given us a model, but उसके अंदर भी जब हम उसको work plan में translate करते हैं, and when we work with our young generation, वो efficiency का issue आता है. We always keep complaining on smaller things, whereas you do not see such complaints against what is happening right around. So ये मेरी एक request होगी to all the youngsters and the government leaders here कि efficiency पे please काम करें, government को support करें by running your own small efforts, because clearly हमें उसमें बहुत आगे जाने की ज़रूरत है और हम government में उतनी सलाहियत नहीं है कि उसको इस level तक ले.
Thank you, Hassan Saab. Really appreciate it. Ayla wanted to add something on artificial intelligence a little bit.
Yeah, just very quickly. I mean, China aims to be in 2030 the global leader of artificial intelligence, and I think US just the other day probably they just sort of realized their president signed a bill with regards to sort of wanting now to invest so that US is their head and the global leader. So very quickly, like I think those are the areas that we need to look at. Where do you need to look at getting the Chinese support? They have the skill, they have the tools, work with them, and that's actually going to address our export problem.
No reinvention of the wheels, we can actually,
let's do that. This is what we should be doing. Somebody who's good at something, learn from the best, learn from them. And that's actually really going to solve our export and the logistics problem as well. You can export same time sitting in Turkey and the same time sitting in Karachi if you are working on something in artificial intelligence, something. So it's basically knowledge economy is what we should be focusing on.
Can I have the mic on the first display? You wanted to ask something, please?
Yes, my name is Qazi Abdul Muqtadir, and I'd just like to add on to what the panelists have mentioned. My personal view on that would be that we need to develop our local markets. We've been talking about exports and the CPEC to be concentrating towards exports. We are a country of more than 200 million people, and we need to look into areas where our own people would be able to develop the local markets, and it is the local markets that will bring about the growth. If you look at the population of US, it's a little more than us, and they are channeling all of the world's exports and they're importing it. They're the biggest users into it. When EU was made in, EU came about with the 350 million population. They came about because they would like to take their imports and become the leaders of trade. But again, US was still there. You have to become a spender. You have to develop the local markets. We need to cater goods that will be utilized by us, and the surplus will certainly be exported. And again, what was mentioned by Mr. Dawood over there, that efficiency is the key to the whole thing. Absolutely. You cannot have competition if you're not efficient enough. So if you would like to...
I think there are very good suggestions coming out in the questions. We have, how much time we have left? Do we take questions from Slido as well?
Yes, so all the people who have put in their comments on Slido, there are many questions, but we are going to take one more question. That's perhaps from Hassan Saab, maybe you can answer. So it's on, what is the interest rate on loans from China for the CPEC projects? There were a couple of questions on that.
Banking expert says,
I took the liberty of asking that.
Hassan Saab.
Okay, this is one of the FAQ, but I would, with the esteemed panelists and all the audience here, I would just like to highlight and clearly state what are the facts in terms of our loan. And I'll state this in Urdu also, and somebody could translate, because जो हमारे government concessional loans हैं, जो कि infrastructure projects में हैं, उनमें interest rate is 2.29, and they have a grace period of 7 years, and the total period is 25 years. जो private sector loan है, they vary because वो they are in IPP mode, private sector lending है, उसके अंदर उनकी different government के साथ. But where government liability is for the infrastructure project, और उसके अंदर हम clearly 2.29 पे हैं with a grace period of 7 years. We are now negotiating for ML1. Hopefully this year we are also trying our best कि उसको phases में करें. Actually the government capacity to undertake that massive project in finance wise is difficult, so we're going to do it in phases. Maybe शायद in first phase we'll do from Karachi to Hyderabad, and we are also in infrastructure in second phase looking at some other financing modes like BOT and IPP etc. But clearly इसमें हमें जो government की जो balance of payment के issues हैं are not because of CPEC. I've had lengthy discussion with IMF, I've had lengthy discussion with Moody's and all, or they also acknowledge the positive impact that CPEC is bringing. मैं एक छोटी सी बात करूँ and then कि हम on part of the government and जो लोग भी इसमें काम कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो Ministry of Foreign Affairs में हो, BOI में हो, Commerce में, we want to take CPEC as the brand for Pakistan's development. और इसको हम लेके because CPEC has demonstrated कि किस तरह public sector जिसको widely लोग inefficient sector कहते हैं, when they have these clear directions, when they have the support of the government, can sit together with autonomous bodies, with private sector, और हम आगे की तरफ बहुत तेजी से जा सकते हैं. Last 5 years and years to come are demonstrating the strength we have when we sit together. Or inshallah, on the same note, because a lot of business executives are here, we're setting up a business as advisory council. The Prime Minister has directed us probably in weeks time. We're just finalizing the name, or inshallah, वो भी हम finalize कर देंगे so that we have tangible support from the business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan Saab. I think this was the last question we took. This is the last question? Okay. Thank you once again. This has been a very interactive session. A lot of learnings for all of us. And with just last message that this is going to be a game changer with some things that we need to work together to make this successful for Pakistan. With an excuse to our international audience, I would like to end this. कि इरादे जिनके पुख्ता हो, नजर जिनकी खुदा पे हो, तलातम खेज मौजों से वो घबराया नहीं करते. Let us put our all efforts together, not just this panel, not just this room, the whole business community in Pakistan, every single person. Together we can make Pakistan successful. Together we can change Pakistan for our future generations. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Zishan. A huge round of applause to all the panel members. We've discussed and reflected on many, many great ideas. Thank you so much, esteemed panel. Robert, if you could please join us back on the stage, and Sajid, if you could also join us. We'd like to give mementos to our speakers one by one. So, no particular order, but we'll start off with Shahzad Adasab, the Chief Executive Officer of Standard Chartered Bank, Pakistan. So, Shahzad Saab said that learn to unlearn. So I'm just trying to make you all learn that we can applaud and carry on with the applause. Muhammad Asim, the President of the CFA Society, Pakistan. Thank you, Asim, for your inputs. Abdul Rab Saab, the Partner Financial Advisory Service, Deloitte. Thank you, Rab Saab. Thank you. Ayla Majid, the ACCA Council Member and Head Financial Advisory Services as Khalid Majid Rahman. Thank you, Ayla, for completing the diversity check on the panel. And our moderator, Mr. Zishan Afzal, the Global Chief Executive Officer of the Shahid Afridi Foundation. If the ACCA team and management can join me up on the stage, Asad Hamid Khan, the head of markets for ACCA, Taimur Behram Khan, And all the panel, please, if you could come in and join us for a group photograph. Wasil Sami Khan, the Business Development Manager for South. Ladies and gentlemen, it takes a lot of effort in pulling all these speakers and everything for Hassan Daud Saab, sir, if you could please also come up on the stage for the group photograph. If we could all step up, yes. Thank you, sir. Hassan Saab, we also have a memento for you as a keynote speaker for this particular panel, sir. So if you can have the memento, please. Thank you. Robert, we need you to present the memento to Hassan Daud again. Thank you. Whilst we're doing that, all the polls that were shared on Slido, you can see their results up on our screen. Many thanks to all the people who contributed. A huge round of applause to the panel. Fantastic session, and you've set the tone now for what the future looks like for Pakistan. We're going to have a short break. We're a little bit behind schedule, so we have a tea break outside for approximately 7 to 8 minutes. We'd recommend that if you take your cups of tea and coffee and come back into the session hall, we'll start off the session. Thank you.
Hello, 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 hello. One, hello.
I would encourage everybody, if you haven't taken a quick cup of tea, we'd be resuming the proceedings shortly. So just grab a coffee mug or a tea mug quickly from outside and we'll be starting off. So if I could request the ACCA team to please shout out outside, we'll be starting the second leg of the session quickly. Thank you. If I can request all the people who are outside to please bring your coffee mugs inside. I'll need a little bit of help from the ACCA team in ushering people from outside. Thank you. Absolutely, but we need to have that thodi si comfort break in the middle. Hanji, hanji. I think that's what I'm going to do. So thank you, those of you who are joining us. Please take your seats so that we can commence the second half of the session. Thank you. I'm going to give another minute to everybody to please settle down, and we'll start off with the second half. So just cutting off the discussions, I'll appreciate if everybody takes their teas and coffees. We'll be starting off with the second panel discussion for the day. Thank you. So for those of you who are here, if you could kindly settle down, I'll be calling the second panel up on the stage. So final announcement, all of you who are outside with your teas and coffees, feel free to bring them inside in the room and we'll start off. Rashid, while we're waiting for everybody to come, can we play the video we played in the morning again? Yeah. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you coming inside. Please come up, take your seats with your coffee, tea mugs, and we'll quickly go through the video again once more and see what the discussions are all about for the day. For those of you who have joined us a little bit late, this is what we played in the morning.
There is no power on earth that can undo Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान एक ख्वाब, अनमिट जज्बों और लाजवाल उमंगों से जिसकी ताबीर मुमकिन हुई। पाकिस्तान एक गुलिस्तान उम्मीद का, लाखों ने जिसकी अपने लहू से आबियारी की। ताबीरे चमन से तामीरे वतन का आगाज हुआ। इसकी बुनियादों में शामिल हमारी अनथक मेहनत और लगन, जिससे तरक्की का सफर हुआ तेज से तेज तर। हमारी क़ुव्वत इरादी बनी हमारी पहचान, और दुनिया में ऊंचा हुआ पाकिस्तान का नाम। कारवां जारी है जानिबे मंजिल, कठिन सफर है थमे नहीं है कदम, नया सूरज यहीं से उभरेगा। खुशहाली का चश्मा यहीं से फूटेगा। इल्म हुनर से हर सू चरागां हो रहा है। तामीर वतन का जज्बा फरावां हो रहा है। हमारी महारतों की है दुनिया मोतरफ। हम अब तस्खीर कर रहे हैं नए उफक। ये देश बनेगा रहबरे तरक्की व कमाल। रहती दुनिया देगी जिसकी मिसाल।
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have settled down, and for the others, I'll appreciate if you could quickly settle down. We're starting off with the second panel discussion. And just like in the morning, we also have a hashtag for this panel discussion as well. So what you can see on Slido is another panel discussion link. So the app, the online app for your questions, comments, inclusion, and polls. We have Slido, and sli.do is the link where you need to go. Also, the hashtag that we'll be using for this panel discussion is PLC2. So feel free to put in all of your comments and any questions that you have there. The second panel discussion, the topic that we are going to discuss is Pakistan, a preferred destination for offshore and outsourcing. We have this particular report also included as part of the one-page summary that's in your handbook, so feel free to do that. We'll like to start off calling on the first panel on board. That's Mr. Asif Peer, the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Systems Limited. Asif Peer Saab, hello. Thank you. And a final word to all the people outside. We've started off with the panel discussion. Asif Saab, thank you so much for being here. Mr. Khwaja Tanveer Salim, the Chief Information Officer, Engro Corporation Limited. Thank you, Tanveer Saab, for being here. We can carry on with the applause. Thank you. Mr. Asim Siddiqui, the Country Managing Partner, EY Ford Roads. Sir, thank you so much for being here. Syed Irfan Ali, the Executive Director, State Bank of Pakistan. Irfan Saab, thank you for being there. Miss Hina Sadiq, Partner, Deloitte. Thank you, Hina, for being here. It's always encouraging to see female participation on the panels. I'm very high for diversity. Thank you so much for taking out the time. Mr. Sajjad Mustafa Sayyed, the Chief Executive Officer of Excellence Delivered. Sajjad Saab, thank you so much. And moderating this esteemed panel, we have Mr. Irfan Farooq Memon, the Group Head of Audit and Risk Review, United Bank Limited. Thank you. So just to reiterate, for Slido, the hashtag is PLC2. Your questions, comments, and polls will be live, and we'll be sharing the results of the poll for you. Irfan Saab, over to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate ACCA for organizing such a great event. It's been a great turnout. I was part of the previous conversation on CPAC. It was quite insightful. There were lots of takeaways for me, and I'm sure that there must have been lots of takeaways for the audience as a whole. Building on that momentum, as well as the energetic and interesting conversations we have had earlier in the day, I will continue with the flow. And before I start off the topic itself, I would like to say thank you very much for this esteemed panel. They have spared their precious time to come over here and share their thoughts with us, which I'm sure would add to more insights for this community and the room as a whole. Without wasting any further time and getting straight into the nitty-gritties, the topic today is very relevant for us and very current for us. That's something that matters for all the emerging markets like Pakistan. Pakistan have got huge potential. Uh, we have lots of talent, especially in youth. In terms of the numbers, the way we look at it now, most of our population is under 25s. And if I were to look at under 30s, it's around 64% or maybe more than that. So for outsourcing, which is generally driven by youth, it is something that's is relevant for Pakistan to shape up their economy and in terms of where and how they want to go ahead with it. And that's why I believe that as a community, as a nation, this is something we really need to consider in terms of how we can progress, how we can do more than what we have done. We've been hearing a lot about do more and do more, but I think this is where we should be doing more. And with this esteemed panel, we will get into those conversations and ideas in terms of how we can bring that forward. So, as an icebreaker, to start off the conversation, I will, because IT is an area which captures lots of imagination in terms of how the technology is going ahead now and what's going into that area. I thought that would be the most relevant area to start off for our audience. So, Tanveer, who's the CIO at Angro, if you don't mind, I'll start off with you by asking a very studious question, just so that I can bring in the audience, engage them. Tanvi, you have worked a lot with both national and international organizations, and based on your own experiences, and especially at your organization as well, what do you believe? What actually triggers management's decision to outsource? When do they actually decide that we should go for outsourcing, be it onshore, offshore, and what do you expect or what do you believe, based on your experience, is the criteria for selecting an outsourced service provider? Because being for us as a country, I think it's very relevant to know what organizations are thinking, both with a view of local as well as international view.
Shukriya, Irfan sir, thank you very much, and Assalamu alaikum to you all. I think, as Irfan mentioned, it's one of the very kick-off connected question wherein we just discussed what are the things, what are the criteria which triggers the outsourcing part within any organization, and what are the things which make the management decide outsourcing has to be done or not should be done, whether we should go for outsourcing or insourcing, offshoring or insuring, and so on and so forth. I think the outsourcing is not a new topic. It's been, I recall in one of my former organizations where I used to work, we did a major outsourcing for the entire invoice to pay process about a decade back. And at that times, the parameters were different. It was more about what type of process maturity exists, what type of knowledge silos that we need to resolve, what type of commercial value is going to make. But however, if we talk about this particular moment, the key area, the key element, which dictates very strongly on whether we have to go for an outsourcing model or an insourcing model, is primarily driven by the, the convergence of the technologies, or the entire ecosystem of the technology is not maturing enough. It is matured enough to a stage where the various disruptive technologies are coming together alongside. So if we talk about IoT, if we talk about disruption, if we talk about blockchain, if we talk about AI, all those things will come in place in order to support the entire ecosystem, which pushes forward towards more of the outsourced model. And when you talk about the business decision, it comes upon what are the core things that a business has to do. If I when I used to work at Unilever, we used to say I used to work in a company that makes and sells soaps. So if we make and sell soaps, then we should be focusing more on making and selling soap, leaving the expert areas of the IT or the development or the even the rudimentary tasks like making the payments or making the purchase orders and stuff like that to be outsourced to an organization which can do it much well. Now, when we talk about outsourcing, generally in those 10 years back, it was more like getting the people out of a room, putting them in one place and giving them more access to do one particular task, which is, for example, making the payments. Now, those payments could be made by the banks as well nowadays. So the banks can start coming into, pushing into the thing, what can be done. Similarly, payroll processing. Things like payroll processing, then the banks comes and say, okay, not just the HR companies, but the banks even come and say, we can do the process, the payroll for you. So on and so forth. But now when we do all those stuff separately, and when we put the things like, when we talk about more about, I think Asaf will talk more about RPA and the AI and the blockchain. So we can start building the efficiencies and the effectiveness and the cognitive analysis and the data and the information and the customer. It goes so beyond the control that it is much better to get those things in place in a much more structured way by getting those things outsourced which you don't want to be your primary part of your business. So generally, process maturity is one of the areas which dictates or pulls in that we should go for the outsourcing of particular processes. Similarly, the scalability that comes into it. But as of now, my personal view is actually the ecosystem of all the technologies are coming in together at the right time, and they're coming up with such a strong pace. And there was time when the innovation was the keyword. Now we are living in an era where the disruption is the keyword. And digital transformation is actually the transformation from the innovation into the disruption. So we love to be disrupted, and we mean especially the millennials we're talking about. So we're blessed to have a nation where we've got a large number of millennials along with that technology. And especially when you talk for innovations also, innovation is actually the combination of three major activities. It's more about the technology, it's more about environment, it's more about interconnectivity. Now those three forces are increasing in a very exponential. Just look around the way that technology is changing. In the last session, Zishan mentioned about where is the Kodak nowadays, where's the Nokia nowadays, and if the pace goes on, we don't know where going to the Sony now after a couple of years or not, because the way Samsung is taking up the Sony part of a media and the stuff, then where those things will take place. So keeping those things, and especially this disruption, as we go on to more of a discussion, will twist the entire new wave of disruption. As in a year or 2 years when 5G will land in, it will change the entire landscape again. We have been talking about 1 IR, 2 IR, 3 IR, 4 IR, and now we are talking about the fifth innovation of disruption coming up. When 5G will lands in, it will change the entire landscape, and the things are in place. Like Dubai Expo, they're very keen to start off that particular site where they're making for Dubai Expo to be fitted with the 5G, the very first 5G in person. Though there are certain patent issues, we will sort it out within a year or so. But 2 years down the line, disruption will change further, and these type of 5G type of things will make the outsourcing thing much more in a different pace.
Thank you very much, Tanvi. Thank you. What I picked from what you just explained was a couple of thoughts, and I build on those thoughts where you use the words digital transformation, RPA, big data bank. These are the words that are very synonymous and very common with the banking industry that I come from. There's a lot of talk about digital transformation in terms of what the banks must do. There's a lot of discussion about open banking. There's a lot of discussion about cost efficiencies within the operations of the bank, as well as manufacturing and the wider industry. So using those thoughts, my next question for Asim is, in terms of RPA itself, Asim, it's a buzzword. It's getting a lot of attention. There's a lot of consultants that when you keep talking about with them, the business community wider, everyone is talking about this word. So what actually does that word mean for big four firms like yours? Where do you believe, how can you position yourself, EY Pakistan, not just regionally, but globally, and what can you offer on this front, which is getting a lot of attention across the globe?
RPA, robotics process automation, is basically taking out all the repetitive and rule-based work
and putting that into a program. So it's not literally a physical robot, but it's a program that's actually taking data and information from different sources and actually running a process which otherwise you would require humans to do or multiple human beings to do, which may be an inefficient process. And already globally accounting firms, including EY, have been investing in RPAs for their internal work as well. So, if you know that audit firms generally send down a whole swathe of people to clients doing a lot of work, which again is repetitive. It's not something which necessarily is always requiring great deal of thought process. It requires you to understand what's being done, but those rules can be defined. So a lot of things like getting bank confirmations, reconciliations, sending out confirmation letters, getting all of that information compiled, where you have people spending a lot of time, that can be eliminated. And 2 years ago, in MENA, our firm deployed 4 bots with the audit team. And within 2 years, the gross margins were up 5% because the amount of time that was being spent. And another 4 bots, I think, have been deployed this year. So we are looking at these kind of processes to improve the efficiency. Clients these days, with the kind of data and technology that you have at your hand, expect a much wider coverage. A sample of 20 out of 150,000 is something that they are not quite happy with. So what they want to do is they want to be able to do analytics. They want to be able to get a representative sample that focuses on risks and the outliers. And all of this can happen by using data analytics tool and then using process-based technologies to complete our work. But that's not all. Getting outside of my profession, if you look at any industry where there is a repetitive process, you have a situation where a person comes in the morning, has his cup of tea, does a piece of work, sends an email to somebody, waits for that reply to come back, then takes his break again, lunch break, prayer break. By the time all of this is done, his productivity is down to maybe 60% at best of the time that person puts in. An RPA process can actually run this 24/7 and cut down the processing time and increase the volume, produced multifold. Yeah. So these are things that we are trying to introduce. We've got an RPA team based in Islamabad and working with our clients in manufacturing sector, in telecommunication sector, etc., and trying to identify and also banking sector where you've got a lot of processing at the front end connecting with the back end, and trying to set up processes which are rule-based, which are repetitive, which are high volume, and use robotics process automation to get rid of the inefficiencies and the labor-intensive work, rule-based work, and improve the productivity of organizations. So I think there's a lot of scope for that. However, companies have to invest in it. We're still struggling with companies investing in technology. Yeah. And in people. So, I think people are quite happy to see brick and mortar. I mean, I'll refurbish my office, but I won't spend on technology. So those kind of, mindsets have to change because, that's what's going to change your decision making and make you more agile and efficient. Yeah. We've seen that wherever, we talked about outsourcing, clients will ultimately outsource all the non-core functions, wherever they see that there is enough capacity that's already built. Having said that, you can just either outsource whatever it is that, you do that piece of work for the client and you put in that whole labor force, or you can use technology to not just make the process more efficient, but also more useful, in terms of the kind of reports, in terms of, the analytics that you provide to the client and give the value add so that they can then just focus on the decision making and the core activities. So, I think huge amount of scope in these areas.
That was quite insightful. Hina, would you like to add something to that, being part of Big Four?
I think Asim had put in a lot of insight. Outsourcing and core sourcing also, it actually enables all businesses to concentrate more on their core functions and delegating all these non-core functions to institutions and organizations to whom that becomes, that particular part is their part of their core operations. So it generally increases the efficiencies and the effectiveness of all processes across the board.
Yeah. There's generally always a fear that with RPA and all these technologies and those sort of things, it might increase productivity. In fact, it won't, it not might, it would definitely increase productivity, but there's a lot of fear factor. People believe that they would end up losing jobs.
I think that's not true. Artificial intelligence, I think, will never replace real intelligence. And at the end of the day, we are the people who are using it. So there will always be a demand for human capital. The only thing would be probably that the skill set would change. People would now have to work on their development of their intellect and their technical skills, rather than just be menial workers, coming in and just doing the work. They'll have to think differently. They'll have to react to situations differently. Loyalty, the concept of loyalty and the concept of belongingness is changing with the changing landscape. So a lot of it needs to be reworked and rethought of. I don't think there'll ever be a human replacement as such, but you would need to rethink your role in the entire process.
I'll just like to add one thing in terms of, there's always a question about jobs elimination. When I started a job, it was more like whenever automation happens, the jobs goes away.
Yeah.
Jobs do go away depending upon what type of job it is. You will see very strange jobs around. You must have noticed sometimes there are lift operators. I always felt like, what's the job of lift operator is? It's just doing nothing, just pressing the button, going up, going down. It seems like it's a waste of the human potential that we have. So, do you really think that it is a good job for a person to just do nothing but just keep on pressing a button, goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down? So those type of jobs obviously will eliminate. Plus, there are lots of rudimentary tasks. For example, if data collection, we are moving from data collection into data mining. The data mining part could be done by the data scientist. It will be done by the AI experts. Why not? It will be done with those things. How many of us must be iPhone users or the Android users? How many of you have actually used the Siri, which is the artificial intelligence tool that we have got in our hands? How many of us use those OK Google that we have got each and every hands of the Android users? So we don't use those technologies. So the adoption, what Asim mentioned, it took some time for us that mindset to change and to adopt. But yes, jobs will change. For example, with the advent of Kareem, there are lots of taxi drivers who are not adaptive to the newer technologies on how to read the maps, how to get adaptive to a Uber or the Kareem type of the way things are being done. They are losing their jobs. These things will happen, yes, but that human potential has to be adopted, has to be trained, has to be nurtured, has to be hand-holded to the newer levels. That's comes with the bigger responsibility and challenges where to address those fear in terms of change management. Yes, they do come up.
So, Jad, you want?
I'll just like to, Mehman Sahab, I'll just like to add here that, adding on to what you just said, as a regulator and as a bank examiner, I've observed that with the introduction of technology, there weren't any jobs lost, in fact. And the only change, I think the positive change with the introduction of technology is the enhanced efficiency. And to be able to arrive at the right figures. For example, 10, 15 years ago, we used to ask a very basic question: is the balance sheet that comes before us, does it represent the true facts and figures of a particular institution? Now, if that was a challenge, and every time the auditor signed it, he had to be sure that these are the right figures. But gradually, with the introduction of technology, with IT audit going on, and with figures becoming more and more transparent and available, I believe the books have changed.
Yeah.
The books have changed positively.
Yeah.
And if you look at any financial statement now, you can be quite sure of it that it has been adequately and appropriately compiled. The only difference you'll find is when humans don't input the right figures, that is where it will go wrong. Otherwise, the technology doesn't affect such things.
Yeah, I'd like to make 2 points. As one regarding the nature of outsourcing, and the other one regarding the jobs. The nature of outsourcing, ji, historically, my experience is that हमने textiles में ये किया,
कि हम लोग गुर्बत बेचते थे. So we were never very efficient in, or we never focused on quality. We almost always focused that look, our labor costs are lower, our input costs are lower, so let's sell our product is lower, so we started competing on lower labor costs. When other countries came in, like Bangladesh and China, where labor was even cheaper, we started losing out to them. In outsourcing, I believe that our differentiator should never be that our accountant is cheaper than an accountant in India or an accountant in Philippines or the one in Saudi Arabia and so on and so forth. Our differentiator should be that our accountant is better, our IT person is better. And that is where the debate comes in, right? So, for instance, yesterday I was sitting with an American CIO of an American company called Zones. They moved initially 200 jobs, and now they're moving 500 jobs into Pakistan in Islamabad. They're setting up a huge center in Telenor. And one of the things, and I've been working with them for for a very long time. And the differentiator we started, he's also a Pakistani, and we wanted this Pakistan spirit thing. So our differentiator over there, and they moved 300 jobs from India to Pakistan, by the way. So our differentiator over there was not the fact that Pakistanis are cheaper. Our differentiator was they are better. So we picked up the top talent in the technology that we were dealing with, paying them exceptionally high salaries, much lower than what they would pay in US, but they were actually better. Now, their future strategy is that the project manager will sit here, and his junior assistant project manager would sit in America. So we actually changed the game. So, and that is where, I think as outsourcing companies, we need to focus on. For instance, we have about 70 customers sitting in Saudi Arabia, Middle East, where we manage their SAP systems and their Oracle systems and so on and so forth, based out of Pakistan, in Lahore and Karachi. And our differentiator, it is a difficult ride, that it's not just the price, it is the value that you give on that price. On the second point, in terms of jobs and outsourcing, I truly believe that with AI and others, a certain segment of jobs will go. You will no longer, with driverless cars, we will not need drivers. We've seen this problem in the West. The current issues around North America, be it Brexit or be it what's happening in North America, it's because the labor dynamics are changing. It happens with industrialization, the same thing happened. You know, when technology came in, the same disruption is happening. It is how the world moves. Every 50 or 100 years, certain jobs do become obsolete. We have to change with the time. These things will happen. It will come to Pakistan. Yesterday, I met with somebody who said that one of our guards, Kiji, mere bete ko driving sikha de, wants to be a driver. I said, man, he's a young man, teach him something else. Teach him welding. But driving, by the time he's 25, I can assure you he won't have a job. Or by the time he's 30, he won't have a job. So these are the type of things I think we need to be forward thinking. And that's how technology works. And as a country, I think if we are positioning ourselves as an outsourcing destination, then we need to focus on value and not just low labor costs.
Thank you very much. Asif, talking about human resources and what Sajjad just mentioned in terms of the pool of talent we've got and the advancement that's happening in the technology. You are one of the largest IT export companies in Pakistan. Talking of all these buzzwords, blockchain and so many things, artificial intelligence, RPAs, and so on and so forth. What has been your success story, which I'm sure that lots of people here would be interested to know? And how do you believe Pakistan can acquire those skill sets within our youth community so that we can progress as some of our neighboring countries have done, like India has done a lot in IT developments, China, manufacturing, Poland, and you take on examples like Philippines. So what would you believe to be the key things that we should be doing, and how we can increase our export sales as we go along?
So I think it's a very broad question. So first, I would like to start with the opportunity, right? What is our opportunity here and for Pakistan as well as the global? I would put the global perspective. Global IT and IT-enabled services is 43% of 4.8 trillion USD. So right now the market size is 4.8 trillion USD, out of which about $115 billion is IT outsourcing, IT or IT-enabled services outsourcing. So what Pakistan gets here, of course, is fraction. We are, if we go by state bank numbers, we are touching $1 billion, right? And if we compare, I'm not talking about India or anything because that's not a fair comparison right now. So just talk about like Egypt, right? Which is like half of our population, and it's not like superior in any capability that what we carry as Pakistan, and country risks are not different here. They are like at $4 billion right now, right? It's just 4x of what our IT and IT outsourcing services. Again, in Philippines, you just gave an example. They are 28 billion USD IT and IT-enabled services outsourcing. So opportunity is huge if we compare. And if you look at facts and figures, Pakistan, as per, not per my research, but World Economic Forum survey, they have said Pakistan is the most affordable IT outsourcing hub. Is the most, it's a World Economic Forum survey report. And I just built upon what Sajjad just said, that it's not about the cost that will, or price or labor arbitrage that is going to bring IT outsourcing or IT-enabled outsourcing business to Pakistan. We have to accept as a country what is our perception outside. The US, North America itself is like 70% of outsourcing, 70 billion USD happens from North America, right? What is our perception there, right? That is the most important element that everyone needs to understand. So we, as a nation, we have the risk. Of course, nobody like we have a travel advisory. It's a huge challenge. If you want to call upon any American, the large customers, if they want to outsource you thousands of bodies, they are not going to come first of all and place that. That's a big impediment for outsourcing. But if you look at the opportunity, we have to build our USP. Whoever is outsourcing business, whatever outsourcing, IT or non-IT, you can't just say that that we are doing the same thing which other countries doing. We have to do more, as you just said, because we have our own challenges, and when you live in the challenging environment, you have to compete based on your skill set. So what, as you asked the question, what we have been doing, we have, alhamdulillah, we are serving about 200 plus customers globally, local aside, just global customers that we serve from Pakistan, including North America, Middle East, Europe, and all these developed economies. What we have been doing is we are saying that we are a problem solver. We take any problem and give you the solution. That is our strength. Whether it's an ERP, whether it's data, whether it's RPA, whether it's a blockchain, whatever technology comes into play, we are better in providing you the solution of your problem, and use the technology as an enabler. Because technology, for technology companies, is not a challenge to learn any new thing that comes to your horizon. So if you believe in that skill set, and if you believe in that USP, you can outsource something. And I'm just give you like 30-second view on non-IT outsourcing as well. Like you go to everyone, most of you guys must have traveled to Dubai, right? You look at a lot of Philippines in hotel industry, anywhere, wherever you go, right? There are a lot of Philippines over there. Why? Because we always talk about labor class. We always, whenever our talent is in Dubai or Saudi, we always talk about labor. I think there is a huge opportunity for Pakistan if we can train, as you said, like less than 25% of years of age is 50% population, where it's about 100 million plus population. So we cannot train everyone in IT. Of course, it's difficult, right? But we can train a lot of people in business process outsourcing. RPA and all of these things will not eliminate these traditional work that needs to be done. Of course, it will be things will be more efficient, but it won't be eliminated. So we have to train on those skill sets. We are the third largest population for English speaking in the world. That is the fact. It's not, I'm not saying this is the research report. So these contact center, omni-channel contact centers we can establish here. It's building these, we talk about always AI and difficult things. These are the low-hanging fruits. Training in the hospitality industry. Again, you can take a graduate if he speaks English, he can be in the hotel desk as well while the Philippines are there. So once you export that core talent, it's exporting the core talent, and they bring the remittance to Pakistan, which we all need. So creating an employment generation in Pakistan for what we do, we develop talent, we produce talent. We are not relying, like I think it's a big excuse that everyone takes that government needs to do A, B, and C things for us to be competitive. Government needs to give us the rebate and do this and that, then we will be competitive. It's absolutely not required. If you believe that you don't need like hundreds of thousands of people, like you can, so unfortunately in Pakistan, people create a hype that we will train 100,000 or 10,000 AI people. Where is the demand for 10,000 AI people? If you produce even 1,000 good quality AI engineers, their revenue per employee is minimum $5,000. Minimum, I'm saying, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so you can just multiply and do the math, you reach at $500 million, right? Export services. So I think just focus on the quality and the USP, what we bring to the table. And all these technologies will produce the employment, and we will increase our export for Pakistan. I would say that IT is the only opportunity for this country, for Pakistan, as Zishan was saying, what we all have to do. But IT is the only sector right now that can reduce our foreign exchange difference, and it creates a positive balance of payment situation, because in IT, we don't import anything. We generate employment only, and setting up an IT company for outsourcing doesn't take like too much of a capex or investment. And the revenue per employee is about, I would say, 6x of any textile worker that what we generate in the export. So at least 6x, if I've done that calculation. So you can imagine, like with less people, you can create a huge impact in the industry and the country. So all the focus, we all need to be making sure. And again, this of course, not a lot of IT companies here, but what I would like to give a message to a lot of CEOs and CFOs or ACCA people here is that if you guys want to invest, as then Khwaja said that as well, if you don't invest in the technology and you want to be competitive and transparent to the world, it's not going to happen. IT is not a choice right now. Business as usual is not good enough anymore. So everyone should not save money on IT services or IT automation, but have to invest more and more to be competitive to the world, and should not rely on these rebates, and bring efficiency and productivity through those technologies. So that's what my message to all of you. And again, for ACCA or CA or whoever accounting students, don't think like that you only will get the job as a CFO or as an assistant finance manager or finance managers. You have a big opportunity in ERP space. ERP consultants make, I would say, like 5x of what you can make in typical accounting job. If you are good at it, supply chain, finance, all of these things are easy for any accountant, ACC or CA or ICMA or whatever, right? Qualification you are. So bring your talent out, go to IT industry, and then you will be the enabler in producing and exporting talent for the Pakistan, and you will generate an employment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif. I applaud your passion and your insightful analysis. You talked a lot about maths, remittances, and this takes me an opportunity to have a question for Sayyid Irfan Ali Saab in terms of state banks' help with the sector. Irfan Saab, there's a lots of what we just heard now in terms of remittances, and remittances in and out, money when it goes in and out, it requires regulatory regime in terms of how do we govern all the sort of things, and building from what's the last session from ACC was, which was again very relevant, it was ease of doing business, taking all that into consideration, and the challenges that these outsourced models sitting in Pakistan, remitting in and out for people abroad. How do you think State Bank can enable this sector?
I think this should be the question of the hour, I would say, if not the day. State Bank of Pakistan, as you may be aware, we have setup called the Pakistan Remittance Initiative. And that is in existence for the past 7-8 years. And when we began practically working on remittances, we had remittances of about $6 billion per annum. So that was the time when we thought that remittances are important for Pakistan, and we should now be getting more and more money of hard-earned Pakistanis' money who work all over the world. And yes, we have been selling poverty and less qualified individuals who work, but at least the learning that developed over the years was that it was in fact the people of Pakistan, the laborers who were sending money back to Pakistan. पैसे वही भेज रहे थे, excuse me, but पढ़ा लिखा आदमी तो पैसे पाकिस्तान भेजता ही नहीं था. It was the labor who was sending money back to Pakistan. So we helped, started to work with the labor camps, and we found out that bulk of money comes from Saudi Arabia, $5.5 billion, UAE about $3.5 billion. So when we worked on that Pakistan Remittance Initiative, we are now getting about, last year we closed at $20 billion of remittances. And by the way, that's your life and blood that runs your country. And that's why Imran Khan yesterday, उसने कहा सऊदी से कि जी जो प्लीज हमारे वर्कर्स को रिटेन करें, hire more and more. Now we got we are targeting $23 billion this year, but I see it at a bit lesser than that, but the remittances are growing. Now, the most important question is that there is a large group of Pakistanis who operate out of Pakistan, and they're called the freelancers. And the freelancers who run into millions, again, make a lot of exports, but don't bring their money back to Pakistan. Now, that's where the challenge lies. So here we started to work on this particular subject about a year ago, and we decided to find out who these freelancers really are, and what are their financial needs, and how do we get to them. So we engaged with both the private sector banks and the public sector institutions, and we found out that Pakistani freelancers, they retain money abroad because it's too expensive to bring it back to Pakistan. So the first step that we took was that we engaged with a few banks, and we issued a circular last year stating that this money can be brought in as remittances. So remittances are not like exports, but freelancers and working for the US or for Europe, that is practically export. So we allowed them to treat export like remittances so that the cost would fall. So we should be seeing some development in this area, the freelancers area this year. Two, what we are engaged with the financial sector is that we've also allowed the freelancers and the exporters of softwares to retain 35% of their foreign exchange with them, so that they can use it for marketing and selling their product. So that is allowed, and that is exceptional. No other exporter is allowed 35% of dollar retention. And remember why Pakistan is a country that does not have enough foreign exchange, and that's why you hear every day about State Bank of Pakistan's foreign exchange reserves, and that is why you need to borrow. The third aspect, what we are currently working on is with the banks, is to make these freelancers bankable, so that a credit or at least an operational history is developed. And that would mean that a particular bank would be opening with these accounts in an environment of compliance or high KYC. They would be subjected to moderately lesser KYC, so that they are enabled and they are facilitated to open their accounts. And what this would do is that they would become one bank, and two, they would be able to utilize the banking services of loans, credit cards, and others. Now, going forward, I think this is what State Bank can do. We can engage with the banks, we can facilitate payments, and we can incentivize institutions to lend to these these guys, so that they are able to, develop their technological base, get some more education, and add value to the products that they are selling. Now, what we can't do as a central bank is that we cannot harness that energy. For that, the government and the private sector will have to join hands. Pakistan Software Export Board will have to put in more energy. That the IT firms or the prospective IT investors will need to use and harness that energy to export more so as to get more and more money back into Pakistan. I've met a number of freelancers over the past year, and I find them to be young, and I find them to be energetic, and I find them to be delivering. So that's the positive part. The negative part is that they tend to retain money abroad in the US, especially, which is the primary target for a lot of freelancers, and there are local firms in the US that helps them keep money abroad, which is against the interests of Pakistan, and we like that money back into Pakistan. So challenges remain.
Yeah.
And I think State Bank would do whatever is needed. So we will primarily make payments as much easier as possible.
Thank you.
And less costly as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Khansa, for your views and for whatever you guys have done so far. But I would like to, I represent Pasha as well and PSEP. So I just want to give you my view with the practical view that what happens. It's nothing specific on State Bank, but what you just said that we have a huge difficulty in Pakistan for IT outsourcing companies to send money outside of Pakistan. Because the problem is, which State Bank and the government needs to understand, when you are investing in opening an IT company, you have to hire, say for example, if I'm setting up in Europe, right? I need at least few $1 million initially to send from my remittance outside to hire people locally here, set up the offices, and then after few years, we will start receiving the money, right? What just he highlighted that we initially, like we set up our US office 20 years ago. We were in loss for a few years, and then we have remitted, like I would say, hundreds of millions of dollars back to Pakistan. But initial hurdle is too high cost that people avoid using State Bank channel because it's not going to happen. It takes months and months of inefficiencies in the system to send money outside. You can't operate and what you just said, 35% retention, as I said, like we remit every month millions of dollars, right? But this 35% sending back is a pain. It doesn't work that way because State Bank asks the invoices to submit why you are sending back that money, which commission, and then if you want to do a right business in the right frame of mind, it doesn't work because then you have to show all the wrong stuff to send your money back, which State Bank allows.
Actually, the banks actually encourage you to break the law. Let me just put it this way. I mean, because it is so much, the real process is so complicated. For instance, we set up in Saudi and in Qatar and all. For us to be now in Arabic-speaking countries, and you know, when now we have a delegation from Saudi as well, and a lot of trade is going to happen. Now, if you're going to work in Arab countries, you have to have Arab-speaking consultants and Arab-speaking salesperson. You cannot do a business otherwise. And then you need a joint venture with one of their local companies. Now, in that case, you have to give them money. Now, there is no legal channel to give them money. The only way to do it is whatever little profits we have from abroad, you keep them outside, so you can pay from Dubai or something else. So bringing in money it's such a and it is really hurting our export. Now, if our companies are big enough to be global players, we cannot be global players unless we are part of the financial cycle, of global financial cycle, which we are not at the moment.
Let's
We've
quickly
isolated
have
ourselves.
Fansab's view. So
I think,
that's you.
You have my sympathies.
Sir, we need more than that.
You certainly have my sympathies. And yeah, I wish I could make such a commitment sitting at this forum, but let's look at it in the right context. Here's a country that is not exporting what it has to, and then we import $60 billion plus, you know, so that leaves a huge gap of about 60 minus, 20 billion of export leaves us with $40 billion negative. And then we are left with the Pakistanis come in and they send about $20 billion, so that leaves us with $20 billion negative. And then, you have a couple of $1 billion of foreign investment and things like that. So here as a country that every day I shudder at the thought of, the payments that are to be made. And here we are a deficit, sitting at a deficit almost on a daily basis. So whatever actions State Bank and the banking industry takes is in that context. Now you have to decide. I mean, हम लोग फैसला करें पाकिस्तानी, हम फैसला करें कि हमने ऑडी चलानी है, हमने मैकडॉनल्ड्स की वो हमें इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए. Do we need McDonald's investments? Excuse me if I sound emotional, but is that the kind of investment we need? Burgers, Burger Kings, वो चाहते हैं हम पाकिस्तान. If that is what you need, if Hardee's or Burger Kings and McDonald's, excuse me, then you are paying for fries. You are paying for chicken patties. You are paying for onion rings. In fact, I was in Lahore last month for a couple of days and walking, I had a walk along Fortress Stadium, and there was a big ad stating that we are importing fries. Fries import ka ad laga. So the point is that if you as a nation and we as a nation decide to be an import-based economy, so what are we doing? We are encouraging consumerism, and excuse me, sir, there will be nothing left for you. You will be able to send no money abroad. You will be able to send no money to hire your professionals, and you will find ways and means abroad. That is why a lot of Pakistanis retain their money abroad, because yes, they're right. When they bring it back to Pakistan, they are unable to take it. Or hamare paas paise nahi. So what do? So we create a sort of a rationing exercise, and we place people in the queue, and that is why you have to pay. Now, this is a choice or a decision that we will have to take as Pakistanis. We don't deserve we don't deserve Prados, we don't deserve Audis, we don't deserve a lot of things that we buy. Excuse me, all of it, वो सारे पैसे नवाज शरीफ नहीं खा गया, ना उससे पहले की हुकूमत खाई, ना आज की हुकूमत खा रही है, ये सारे पैसे हम लोग खा रहे हैं. We are the people. हम लोग मैकडॉनल्ड्स खाते हैं, हम लोग बर्गर किंग खाते हैं, हम लोग ऑडीज चलाते हैं, हम लोग इंपोर्टेड पेट्रोल इस्तेमाल करते हैं. That is why. So we have to decide, the government क्या करे.
Thank you very much, sir. We're running out of time, and so what I'll suggest is that before I go to the floor and pick up any questions, just one question across the whole panel, and just a quick answer to that. What one recommendation would you like to give to the government? If each of the panel can respond to that quickly, then we can move on to the panel, to the floor to pick up questions. Just very quick.
Yeah, I would just, from IT outsourcing perspective, I think we have to build our brand, and we have to give the message and the narrative to all the people, ambassadors and our prime ministers, and whenever they go, they highlight the IT as an outsourcing hub for Pakistan. And demand will only generate when we sell Pakistan, when we brand Pakistan, we market Pakistan, we believe in Pakistan.
Thank you.
From operating company perspective, I think one simple suggestion could be just if these things will come, these have been there, they will be coming, they will be coming in a much furious way, much lethal way. So, and instead of actually having a debate on them, it's much better to actually embrace them and try to get good out of them and try to use them. And as we use them, it will automatically mature and try to make them in our favor.
Thank you. Awesome.
I think there is a great future for outsourcing, and I think that happens locally, which will develop the local outsourcing industry, which will then attract foreign outsourcing as well. At our organization, for instance, a few years back, EY set up a company called Rapid Innovation, which actually does data analytics, sends the data back, cleansed and analyzed to the Middle East office, and they brought efficiency into their process. That number has gone up by almost 4 times this year, and they'll keep on increasing. So similarly, our clients are outsourcing greater amount of their non-core functions to us, and their international operations are also looking at that and beginning outsourcing. So I think the opportunity, given the talent and the potential for youth over here, is tremendous. What we need to do is invest in their training and development, invest in technology. And I think the kind of competition and the level of sophistication that China and the US are going through, there is a lot of investment that would need to be made in order to develop people that can adapt to the changes globally and be competitive at a global level in years to come. And despite the limitations we have as an economy, we would need support from regulators like the central bank, from SSCP, to enable these investments to come in, which may be in the form of remittances for the consultants and experts that we need to for the initial setup, and then develop the skill sets that we need to offer to the rest of the world.
I think, in my view, we'll have to spend more money and time on value addition.
Okay.
I think I think we should have had enough of plain vanilla products being sold abroad, including technology. I think if we can, do that, I think we will be able to serve this country better.
Thank you. Hina?
My takeaway today would be to strike the right balance between human capital and technology. I think we need to rethink the way we deploy our human capital. With the right amount of training, I think we can delegate the lesser jobs to the AI and to the robotics, etc., and keep our human capital for jobs which cannot be replaced by AI, and then develop that human resource in a way that they can represent Pakistan abroad also.
Thank you. Sujat?
I believe we need to create niches area within the outsourcing spectrum where we are the go-to place. For instance, we can pick anything like Microsoft or SAP or Oracle or whatever, or AI or blockchain, and we need to become the go-to place for that. So if somebody thinks of getting an SAP consultant for that matter, then Pakistan should automatically come. So I think we need to develop niches and then expand within that niche. That's how we need to start, and then we can go horizontally across various niches.
Thanks, Sujat. We move on to the floor now and pick up any questions audience might have. Mike, please, for them.
My name is Ilyas Beg and I'm with Ortholorus. We are a BPO company based in Karachi for last 10 years. And I was surprised to see the result of question about the regulatory authorities doing enough in Pakistan. I think there's a strong need. I don't have a question, I have a comment. With the experience of past 10 years, there's a strong need that the companies who are offering the outsourcing services or BPO services or offshoring should sit with the regulators, be it in State Bank, be it in PTCL, be it in revenue authorities, and let them understand what we do and what are the potentials. I think Pakistan has great potentials, and the initiative that ACCA has taken about making Pakistan the preferred destination of shared services, we can be as close to Philippines within the next 4 to 5 years if our government regulatory authorities make it easy for us to do the business.
Thank you. Any questions?
So I have 2 questions, both of them for Irfan sir. So you just mentioned
Too
that
many questions for Irfan sir.
mentioned that Pakistan is an importing nation, obviously. So we tend to import a lot of food and other products as well. But as you may very well know, that we obviously import a lot of we import a lot of oil products as well. So about 1/3 of our import bill comes from comes basically from oil products. So maybe you just simplified it. I think it was a bit unfair. When it comes to businesses, obviously these IT firms are facing problems in terms of expanding their operations in Pakistan just because of payment constraints. So do you think that it's a fair thing to simplify all the problems into saying that Pakistanis maybe eat a lot of McDonald's or Big Macs? So obviously we have other things coming as well. So since we are going into CPEC as well, we are importing a lot of machinery. Oil prices are very volatile; they keep going up and down. So that also imports our balance. That also disturbs our balance of payment. So what is State Bank doing specifically to help these IT firms enable to help them grow or solve their problems? So that's my first question.
One, I certainly do not disagree with your comments to begin with, and it was just a larger picture that I portrayed before you as to why payments cannot be made efficiently. So there was a reason behind that. Like I said, State Bank has directed the financial institutions to engage with freelancers to enable them to be banked and to facilitate payments. So that is what State Bank of Pakistan is doing at the moment. And you can also retain a percentage of your foreign exchange for advertising, promotion, etc. A lot of things, kindly understand that they are beyond the domain of State Bank of Pakistan. That is something you should be doing. And then there are other bodies who are also working for freelancers or IT firms. For example, the Ministry of Technology, for example, what are they doing? Pakistan Software Export Board, what are they doing? Pasha, what are they doing? And then have they ever come to State Bank of Pakistan for their problems? No. So that is the ground reality. So we need to work very, very hard together. And if we are able to do that, I'm sure a lot of these problems would be addressed. Excuse me, I'm a regulator, so I tend to be direct and I don't mince words when I speak.
Thank you, Irfan sir. One last question from the floor before we go to Slido.
My name is Qazi Abdul Muqtadir. I'm former Deputy Governor of the State Bank. So I'm not here to, what Irfan has mentioned has been the thinking for many, many years. And I think Pakistanis are multitaskers. And we as a nation have to look into of how we are going to forge ahead. We need to enable our people to be able to export our services. Now you can export services by putting the manpower outside and asking him to remit money back into Pakistan, or you're going to send out some goods or services out of Pakistan, which includes accounting. Now, how many accounting firms from Pakistan are exporting their services? I mean, looking at from that point of view, if you look at it, rather we normally want some foreign accounting company to come and do our work and provide us consultancies. Now, is that the way to go about it? I don't think so. And at the same time, our people are very good. If we can train them, if we can bring them up like what our friend over here from, Sajjad Saab had mentioned, very good ideas, similar from Peer Syed. We need to put these into place. And we need to look at it strategically and go about it. The policies that are there, the State Bank and other regulatory agencies are not there to impose something, they're there to help you. And I think they would be more than happy. And in the past, a lot of things have been done to ease the payments. Now, a lot of questions do come in on the payment side is, why don't we get PayPal into Pakistan? I mean, it's not getting PayPal in Pakistan. PayPal itself does not want to come to Pakistan. They have their own priorities. Now, why don't we develop our own payment system in Pakistan? We've tried, and State Bank has tried to help out PayPack, develop PayPack in Pakistan. And I've been approached recently by people, how can we enable it? You see, every card transaction that you do, you are paying out to Visa and MasterCard. There's a small amount that is paid out. Why do we need to pay out? With all the minds that we have over here, why can we not have our own payment system that operates within Pakistan in Pak rupee basis? We've tried to do that, such a payment system for the whole SAARC countries, but we failed to do it because we were not able to do it. So we need to get into those areas, and the banking has to help them out. The insurance has to help them out.
Yeah.
The SCCP has to come about with it. Similarly, what Irfan Saab mentioned out, that the Pasha, the software house, development programs, etc., they need to come up and say, what are the difficulties that they face? The impediments that are there, they could be removed. Thank you.
Thank you for you.
Great. Thank you for the comments. So for the webinar attendees and on Slido, we have a couple of questions, and I'll open the floor and we'll have a quick comment on that. So there's one question that Umar Farooq Azim is asking, that outsourcing has its own pitfalls as well. It's easy to be replicated by competition, and it leads to disruption of the supply chain by allowing new competitors into the industry. And also it undermines a company's relations with its employers and customers. His question is, how can companies strike the right balance between profitability and a healthy relationship with employees, customers, and society at large? So either of you can answer. Absolutely.
There's no right answer to this. Obviously, every company has to look at it in its own domain, but I believe that normally you outsource manufacturing concerns, and I think question relates to that, is non-core operations. And if they improve efficiency and improve quality, then invariably the customers should be happy because they have a better quality product. Now, in terms of employees, outsourcing has to be done very strategically. Certain, of course, jobs would be eliminated. I've had customers who've come to us and said, you're going to outsource A, B, C, and D, and kindly hire those people. We recently had a customer in Pakistan, very large, one of the largest companies. They outsourced their, as part of their outsourcing agreement, we were supposed to offer jobs to their employees. So again, it is not, if you are outsourcing based, or if our value proposition is that we are cheaper, then of course those employees have to be let go because your cost has to be lesser than that. But if it is quality, then it's a total different ballgame. And that is why when companies outsource, they should be looking at it, they should not just be looking at reducing costs, they should also be looking at certain improvement in service delivery. Right. And that's when the relationships would come.
Great. And the final question, I want to give this to the Slido attendees because we've been taking a lot of polls as well, is that how much do you think is feasible in Pakistan to outsource a business consultancy anywhere in the world? So I think they're talking in terms of how much is it in terms of your return on investment?
I think it's difficult to outsource because you can't pay them. I mean, I think that's a fundamental problem that I think we've been talking about. Making a remittance for services that you want to bring into Pakistan is a major challenge. Unless you have, a lot of patience with your service providers, that
we outsource some work, some very specialized skills where the skill set doesn't exist in Pakistan. We do outsource to Singapore and to North America as well. Certain very niche areas, or where we are trying to train our people or get our people enabled. It is difficult to pay, there is no doubt. Yeah. So that's one challenge, because invariably the company that deals with you once after the contract is over, they don't want to deal with you because you can never pay them on time.
Also, you want to add something to it?
I think I would like to say that to create a scale, you definitely need some expertise, and whether it's remote or firm, but you engage consultant, but goal should be that how do we learn from that consultant and have a multiplier effect and create our own talent to replace them in the future, right? That's a key, because once you create that wedge, then you are going to be creating a differentiator for others. So initially you might have to, but it will be very minimal, because we have the people who can take up those learnings and apply that in multiple places. So IT consulting is important, and we can outsource a lot of consultant abroad as well, because as I said, we have the right mix of the talent. We might not have the quantity, but we have a very good quality which can compete in Europe, America. I've been doing this for 20 years. We compete with large Indian companies as well. And it's not just, as Sajjad said, on a price. It's price as well as quality. And both things matter. If you can say that I just slightly disagree that our quality is better and we can charge premium. In Pakistan, you can't. Your price is one factor in your strategy roadmap that will give you volume. And right now, we should take an advantage of this currency devaluation. I think people are ignoring that, but you have to price it accordingly to be very competitive in global arena and be more competitive and scale. Right now, Pakistan needs volume and scale rather than anything else.
Great, fantastic. I think that's a very positive note to end the panel discussion. Thank you so much, the panelists. I will request 5 more minutes if you could all stay here, because we have the keynote speaker, Syed Mohammad Shabar Zaidi Saab, the Territory Senior Partner at Ferguson. We'd like to hear from Shabar Saab, his final thoughts on the topic, and then we'll proceed. So.
Thank you. I am really sorry to the organizers. I was stuck up in the income tax appellate tribunal, waited for almost half an hour, and the hearing was adjourned. That's the best part of it. I will not take more than 10 minutes. I will have 3 or 4 basic arguments regarding our views about the outsourcing of the products. I would say that Pakistan, now we are entering a new world where the digitalization and things are going in a different tangent. We had a long discussion just last week, the digitalization and the effect on the economy in the international conference in Lahore. My personal view is that in Pakistan, we have been concentrating on the export of goods. In our concept, the export means goods. There is no concept of export of services. So this is Pakistan's tragedy. The biggest tragedy of Pakistan is that in all the regulations, everything, everywhere, everything, when you talk about export, it means export of goods, not export of services. So the first paradigm shift we need, if we want to do, I will not place it as outsourcing, I would place it as export of services. And that chapter is closed for a very long time, and now it has to be opened. In Pakistan, we have, in my view, we have got only one asset. And the only one asset is the young population, which doesn't exist anywhere in the world. Pakistan and Nigeria are the 2 countries which will be 250 million people by the year 2020. And 250 million people are in the Northern America, and 250 million people are in the Europe. And they are all aging population. We have a younger population. So that's a simple demographic position we have to understand, and that we have to capitalize. Unfortunately, that concept of export of services has never been recognized in Pakistan. For example, I say, Asim is there, I am there leading a firm in accountancy. Almost my 30% of the billing comes from abroad. It is not that I go there, but it is the advices which I issue to the foreign investors, to the foreign people, to the foreign investors. It's sitting in Pakistan. This is export of services, and I receive their money in US dollar. I am doing it. There, I have one basic point, and I would like to say, and I would like to stress that when we say about the export of services or outsourcing, it is also, we have one thing we have to very seriously consider: what we are exporting. Are we exporting laborers, or we are exporting engineers? Unfortunately, in Pakistan, we have been tuned to export laborers. And my study is that people who export less value-added product will always remain poor. The three countries are the example. If you look at the three countries who have been, when they were exporting people, they were poor. When they started exporting valued product, they become rich. Three countries are very good example of exporting cheap labor. One is Bangladesh, second is Nepal, and third is Philippines. All the three have suffered very badly, and they have a social and cultural issues by exporting cheap labors. People admire remittances from labor. When they say labor, I feel sorry for that. I am not interested in remittances from labors. That will never make you rich. What we have to understand, and we are not understanding, is that what we have made a mistake in the case of export of goods, that we have not considered a value addition. And again, the same mistake we are going to make in the export of services. If we are going to export cheap, simplified accounting professional doing double entry transaction, then I am not for it. Personally, we have the capacity, we had the capability, and we have the resources to export the value-added services, not the cheap services. So I would say that if you look at Bangladesh, when they were exporting their laborers to Bangladesh, to Saudi Arabia and to Middle East, they were poor. But when they started value-added export of goods, then they getting better. A Pathan working from tribal area, working in my house as a chowkidar for 20,000 rupees will never make the country happy, his country richer. So we have to understand, we have to relate what is meant by the value-added export. Because when we go through the concept of exports, unfortunately, we don't see the value addition concept in export of services. We in Pakistan, if you look at it, the total export, if you look at, and the example to be seen is Germany. If you look at the Germany, they are one of the second largest exporter of the world, I believe. They concentrate on the value addition, either a service or the goods. But in Pakistan, unfortunately, we are concentrating too much on how much people we send out, because we have taken it as to keep the people out from here and to get remittances. But what we have to see is what is the per head coming from the employment we are having in the world. And secondly, the way things are changing, the way the manual labor is being replaced by artificial intelligence and by robotics, and the way things will change, we have to think that how we can create value. And one thing I always say, that what inherent advantages I have got against rest of the world if I am a Pakistani, or I would say Pakistani or a people from subcontinent. One of the greatest advantages that even our illiterate person had got some knowledge of English. The second advantage we have got is that we have some reasonable knowledge of Anglo-Saxon law. Because we know at least basic of the Anglo-Saxon law, which is going to be the future commercial law of the world. Because we are tuned for the Anglo-Saxon law. And thirdly, that we have learned to live with the West. And you must have heard me, I am one of the biggest proponent of going to the IMF. And I always say that when I want to go to the IMF, not for the reason that I want to get money from this, but what I say, the Americans and their allies are our buyers. And the East is our supplier. And as a businessman, I would like to have a good relation with the buyer than the supplier. This is my simple logic, and I am for it. I am not interested for the $6 billion, but I want to have a cordial relation with the people who are going to ultimately to be my buyer. And that's what we have to understand. And so what I'm saying, that when we have to design our strategy for future, for outsourcing and for export of services, I have seen, and I worked on some in the professional accounting side, and personally I am involved in the medical side also, because I am the board of governors of two big hospitals of Karachi. We can have a very, very excellent facility of medical facilities in Karachi, not by having medical transcription. Yes, that's one field of it. But we can have hospital for treatment of people who go from Karachi to from Dubai to London. They can 1 hour flight. They can come to Karachi for treatment of heart patient, because we have a huge cluster and the capability of the doctors available in Karachi, in Pakistan. I don't see any outsourcing of medical services in Pakistan. This is one of the biggest field I see, because I am the board of governor of 2 big hospitals in Karachi, and I can see the medical export of medical services, not the export of doctors and not the accounting for medical prescription. Yes, that is one of the part of it. But what future I see is that Karachi is 1.5 hours from the Middle East, the rich Middle East. We can export textile to them, but we can also export our services from Karachi and from places like this. So the solution doesn't lie in what we have been traditionally thinking. We have to go think in a slightly different manner what we have been doing. Coming back to the last point of my discussion is that people generally consider outsourcing as something, what I say, something anti-human, or somebody raised a question that it is that when the companies will ultimately outsource their businesses, then it is not the traditional style how we used to work, the loyalty of the organization and things like that. I tend to agree with that, but the question is that ultimately it is not the question of loyalty, it is a question of efficiency. I am an accounting firm, but my worst department is my accounting department. My accounts are very badly handled. Whatever I preach to my people, preach to my clients to do, these are the risks and these are the controls and these are the best thing to do. But when I go to my own accounting department, I see that nothing is happening, and they are. So that's the question is, and the answer is, for example, I will say I am on the SIUT and we are doing operation, but our worst part is our administration, to how to get attendance. The question is that in this modern age of business management, the question is, can I spend time with my accountant and train him to be good accountant rather than earn more money and outsource it? This is a simple logic, is that I have to train that accountant, and how much I will save or how much better quality I will get. I think that will be very, very nominal. And the other aspect to this is very important, which people don't understand. Suppose I hire, let me give you one example of it that will answer the question. Suppose I hire an accountant in my office as a chief accountant, Ferguson. Then how I will take him to the next cadre? To which cadre I can take to him? Is it a career for him? Try to understand from the other side. When I hire someone in my firm, or when I hire someone in a Liaquat National Hospital or SIUT in administration, what is his ultimate position? He will be a manager, and he will not. So ultimately, I will not be able to get a brighter lot. Try to see from that angle. Because the redundant part, people who are redundant will like to be accountant in an accounting firm. You will never get a good quality because that is not your core business. So ultimately, the promotion will only be given to the people who are in the core business. The service departments will always remain a secondary priority for me, and that is why I would say that the outsourcing make economic sense, although it disturbs the question of the past traditional loyalty concept, but it disturbs the whole concept of it. I would just like to add last thing what Irfan Sahab was saying, and I am writing an article which will come in the next week's Business Recorder, and I totally agree with Irfan Sahab that I have seen, in the past, we have not managed our foreign exchange system in the interest of the economic of Pakistan. I know for a fact that the dividend remittances in most very high number of cases are much higher and than the original investments. And we have never considered that whether or not we should be giving 100% management, 100% shareholding right with repatriation, in which kind of industry we should give it. Should we give it for chocolate making? Should I give it for biscuit making? Should I give it for, say, accounting? Should I give it for accounting firm to be 100% owned by foreigners? These are the things we have to decide, because we were living in a very kind of lavish environment. Now we can't afford it. And if you look at it comparatively with India, how they have handled it. So the question is, you have to balance, in the morning, I was discussing with someone, you have to balance two accounts. One is rupee account, other is dollar account. I can manage my rupee account because I can print it in the State Bank of Pakistan. But I cannot manage my dollar account because, as I said, we cannot print US dollar. So that account has to be balanced. So to conclude, I would say that the aim of the government should be, first, to consider export of services as important as export of goods. And I can conceive that in the years 2025 or 2030, the portion of export of services will exceed 30% of the goods. It will be subject to 30% of the total exports. Secondly, we have to, at this point of time, when the things are growing, which at the lowest level, we have to think that we don't want to export laborers. We want to export quality, value-added service like engineers and doctors and things like that. And export does not mean physical movement of that person. He should remain here and he should provide services. So that's the second part. The value addition in export is a concept which we have never realized. The third thing is that Pakistan has got an added advantage. That added advantage is being missed. I went to England when I was president of the Institute Chartered of Pakistan, and I asked the Chinese president of the institute at that time, and I say, which thing you need the most from Pakistan? And you know what he said? He said that China needs, at that time, I'm talking about 2005, he said China needs 1.5 million Montessori trained teachers in English. 1.5 million Montessori trained teachers in English who know the basic of English, and they can be, because China is a country which needs education in it. So the whole paradigm of what we can export to China will be different from what we can export to US. So that paradigm shift is required. And lastly, that outsourcing may not be a very good thing in a humanitarian point of view, but the unfortunate part is that it is good for the person who is a service department, because service department itself is a quality thing. But when I am in the core business of accounting and advisory, I will never stress on the my non-core businesses. So it's a matter of priority. So ultimately, it looks bad for someone to be displaced because of outsourcing. But if he goes deep down in future, how his future will be better, I think it will be better for him to be on the main core business side rather than the service business side. So in that respect, I would say that it's better to concentrate on the core business rather than non-core business. Asim is here, and now we have to decide in accounting firm whether audit is our core business or not. My conclusion is that Pakistan is ripe at this point of time, because things are moving in a very fast mode. Digitalization, I said in a seminar in Lahore that Pakistan's basic problem is digitalization. Basic problem is documentation. And Irfan Sahab, digital economy is a blessing in disguise because it is in any way documented. So it is technically a blessing in disguise, because any digital thing is already documented in somewhere. So it is a blessing in disguise, the digitalization, export of services, and this political turmoil which you are seeing around you. I am a firm believer that if we play our cards in a better manner, then Pakistan will be the winner. And that is my thought for the day. And again, I am really, really sorry that I was not able to attend. I was sitting outside the income tax tribunal in an appeal of Ernst & Young, where I was called as amicus curiae. So I could not attend in the morning, but thank you very much. And I hope that you have learned something from us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shabar Saab, thank you so much. So, in the interest of time, I'm inviting our next guest of honor address and also our co-organizers from the British High Commission, Islamabad. We have Miss Ellen Burns, the British Deputy High Commissioner, Karachi, and Trade Director of Pakistan. Give Ellen a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for her guest of honor address.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, can I just say it's been really fascinating to listen to some of the conversation this morning, and I'm delighted to hear such kind of passion and energy for some of the challenges facing Pakistan and the business environment. So it's a real privilege to be here today. And we as the UK government are delighted to be co-hosting the Pakistan Leadership Conversations with ACCA Pakistan, which are aiming to discuss some of the topics that are of vital importance to the UK-Pakistan relationship. Strategic business leadership is key at a time when the world around us is changing so rapidly. Strategic business leaders inspire innovation and are not afraid to take risks. They know that without innovation, without seeing the world differently and doing something differently, business models fail. I think there's that incredible statistic somewhere I read about the life cycle of big companies. So back in the 1920s, the average big company would expect to last kind of 50, 60, 70 years. And by now, some of the biggest companies will only last about 10 years, and then new companies will emerge. So it's those companies and businesses that evolve and adapt that find a way to thrive in the world economy as it is now. And in particular, I'd like to highlight the ethical skills that business leaders need to practice. And that's a vital part of our new trade initiative, UK and Pakistan, the Smart Way of Doing Business, where we will be showcasing learnings from the responsible business practices that UK companies carry out as a part of their routine, but we also see here in Pakistan. And to us, that's one of the most important things. It's not just about doing good business, making good profits. It's about doing business in the right way that does some good. And one of the things for me as trade director I'm really excited about is to see how many UK companies operating here practice what they preach when it comes to their business models in Pakistan. And we're also aiming to share all the good things about the positive stories about trade between the UK and Pakistan. You may or may not know that the UK is Pakistan's second largest export market overseas. And we're also the second largest source of foreign direct investment in Pakistan. And as trade director, I really want to see those figures continue to grow. We've seen a number of successes across the landscape in the past year. So the great increase of 11 places to 136th on the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business Index for Pakistan. That's good, but I think we'd like to see that progress further. We as the UK government are actively supporting the World Bank to help the federal, Punjab and Sindh governments in targeting, coordinating and communicating reforms to improve Pakistan's business environment and attractiveness to foreign investors. So we really hope that all this support and activity will help to see Pakistan's increase in the rankings go higher and higher in future. And that's so important, not just because obviously as UK Trade Director, I want to see more UK firms doing business in Pakistan, But also, it's important for Pakistan because improving the ease of doing business here will attract more companies. We've just had a conversation about outsourcing. But actually, it's not just about outsourcing. It's about a whole set of things that can help kickstart Pakistan's economy and see it sort of transform. And for the UK, that's something we're passionate about. So we would like to see Pakistan as a choice economic partner, not just now, but in 10, 20, 30 years' time. We see the vast potential that Pakistan has economically, and we want to be a part of that success story, both because it's good for us, because doing good trade is good for our prosperity as well as Pakistan's, but also because it's the right thing for Pakistan. We want to see a prospering, stable, democratic Pakistan, which is a prosperous economic player both in the region and worldwide. Last year, Pakistan joined 52 nations in London for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meetings, and we were delighted to announce that Anglo-Dutch oil giant Shell is planning on setting up around 100 new fuel stations along the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor route, representing up to £13 million worth of investment by 2020. And in another announcement, global Anglo-Dutch consumer brand Unilever is also going to be investing £86 million in new manufacturing capacity at its 4 factories in Pakistan, acknowledging the country's high potential for long-term sustainable growth and highlighting the increased uptake of consumer goods products across the country. And finally, my final sort of success story is the recent announcement of British Airways' return to Pakistan from June 2019. So I was really excited to be in the room in Islamabad when the announcement was made, and it was such a brilliant moment to see the sort of the vibrant and enthusiastic reception. I think BA themselves were quite impressed by how much coverage and interest that one announcement generated. I think at one point the announcement was trending 15th in the world on Twitter. So that just shows the sort of the excitement generated. But also, again, for me as trade director, that is about showing the signs of confidence in Pakistan as a market, and to see British Airways as the first Western airline to come back, for me is a real sign of not just the potential that we see here in this country, but actually also it's testament to the improvements that have been made and a lot of hard work, and the fact that as a country, Pakistan represents such a fantastic opportunity for businesses overseas. So I will stop speaking now because I know you've had a long and hard-working morning, so I don't want to keep you too long. But just to reiterate that we will continue to work with British companies like the ACCA to enable a better business environment in Pakistan, which is key to making Pakistan a more competitive market, which will encourage more foreign investment. Thank you very much.
Ellen Burns, the British Deputy High Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Ellen, if you could please join us, and Robert, if you could also come up, Asad Hamid Khan and Temur from the ACCA teams, and Ayla, if you could also please join us. We'll quickly like to give Ellen a memento from ACCA's behalf. And we see your enthusiasm shine through, Ellen, and they're good times for the country. The guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, Ellen Burns, British Deputy High Commissioner, Karachi, and Trade Director for Pakistan. Thank you. Ayla, if you could please stay here, and Asad, if you could join, and the team as well. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you so much for being here. We'll like to give the memento to our second panel, to all the esteemed speakers. We'd like to give them mementos. So we're starting off with the keynote speaker, Mohammad Shabaz Zaidi Saab, the Territory Senior Partner, AF Ferguson. Jabbar Saab, if you could just take a moment and please stay here for the group photograph. Mr. Sajjad Mustafa Sayed, the Chief Executive Officer, Excellence Delivered. Miss Hina Sadiq, the partner, Deloitte, Yusuf Adil. Syed Irfan Ali, the Executive Director, State Bank of Pakistan. Mr. Asim Siddiqui, the Country Managing Partner, EY Ford Roads. Khwaja Tanveer Salim, the Chief Information Officer, Engro Corporation Limited. Mr. Asif P, the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Systems Limited. And our moderator for the second panel discussion, Mr. Irfan Farooq Mehman, Group Head Audit and Risk Review, United Bank Limited. And if I can request all the panel members to please join us. Sujit, if you could also please join us. Vasil, if you could also join us from ACC's behalf, and we'll have a group photograph. Again, reiterating, we are putting up all the updates on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, following the hashtag PLC 2019. Robert, Temur, and Asad, if you could please stay here. We have more mementos that we need to give off. So, like any conversation and any collaboration, it's not possible without our partners. And we're extremely delighted to have on board with us our strategic partners, the platinum partners, the gold partners, our supporting partners, our knowledge partners, as well as our media partners who are here. So the ones that are here, I'll quickly like to call them up on the stage for the memento. So if all the partners can please join us together here for a group photograph. EXT Sajjad Saab, if you're here, if you could please come up. Our representatives from Haskell, if you could please come up on the stage with a group photograph. Sajid and Ayla, if you could please also join us for the group photograph with all our partners. Our representatives from Shield. Our platinum partners from Tabani's, the approved learning partner. Also our platinum partners TMUC. Our partners from Toyota. Our partners from AKD Securities, Farid Saab is here. Gadoon Textile Mills. Representatives from Gadoon Textile Mills, representatives from Siemens. If you could please all come up. Karachi Chamber of Commerce, if we have representatives from Karachi Chamber of Commerce, and Lahore Tax Bar, if they're here. Our knowledge partners, Nutshell and Deloitte. and our media partners from Express. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a huge round of applause to all the partners who have collaborated with the ACCA and the British High Commission, Islamabad, for organizing the Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2019. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now for the closing remarks, I like to hand over the floor to Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, the Market Head, Business Development for ACCA Pakistan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'd like to thank everybody for a fantastic morning. I think we had excellent conversations. We had fantastic exchange of views, and I can see wonderful networking happening right now. So I think all that had to be said and has been said by our esteemed panelists, partners, and our conversation leaders. So it's important for me to just close on one note. I think the best quote of the day that I think that kind of defines what we have been trying to communicate through this caption called Strategic Business Leaders, Capacity and Character is to be able to learn and unlearn, to be able to adapt, and whatever we do has to have an inclusive public value and community development as an outcome among many others. So without further ado, I would like to thank everybody over here once again. Look forward to seeing you for the PLC 2020, and hopefully we'll have the same partners, more conversations, and we would return uh, demonstrating that all the agendas and the conversations that took place had a certain action and there was a certain update on that we were able to deliver. So all the best, and we can venture into our next session, which is lunch, and I'm sure that many of us would be waiting for that. If any of you would like to follow the PLC 2019, which now will be moving to Lahore tomorrow and then on the 21st to Islamabad, please follow us on hashtag PLC 2019. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Asad, for that. We can now proceed off to lunch. All the ACCA members, this was a CPD event, so make sure that you have your discussions around that. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience, and see you in 2020.